out, you know what I mean? Alright, it's a little bit lower there, like, but that
600.
yeah, that's the lowest it's been, which still should be plenty.
Right. Oh, so disappointing. So disappointing. I can assure everyone that there's people that are disappointed the most is us. Because we've worked so hard this year, we've bought so much kit. This Starlink has never let us down, and the one day that we want it.
Do you think it's Elon Musk doing us in? Do you think it's a conspiracy theory? Do you think he's like, I know, I've never said a bad word about him and he stitched me up. Ah, you need to buy the new one that's...
Yeah. Well, listen, we've dropped the quality of the picture slightly, so hopefully we'll be able to upload that without any issues, and we won't lose half the information that we're losing. But if you just joined us, Pete Upperton on peg 11 on Partridge, which is permanent peg 19. Looks, from the information we've had from our spotters, it looks like he's winning the match at the minute. There's the odd fish being caught. So
I'm going to put that on, mate, because I don't. Or shall I give it a couple of minutes to see? Can't see is, you know, that's download.
So
sped up.
Well, let's just hope we don't drop anything on the old YouTube.
Yeah, we're down to 4% here, like so.
Yeah, we won't lose as much now because we're not streaming in as high quality as we were previously.
So if it runs smooth, it runs. You know what I mean? It's.
Give up.
Do you remember it did this last time?
I think we're back.
What?
It did this last time.
Maybe we tried to do too much, Steve.
In the qualifiers.
I'll give up.
In the rounds.
Well, we're back live. I don't even know what happened there. All the encoders shut down. All the settings have changed. It's always the final, isn't it? Always the final, we have an absolute meltdown. Oh.
That's live, isn't it?
Yeah, we're back live. I don't even know how, because it shut off completely.
He did move an inch, did he? Now, I could see the water shearer. He was that still. I couldn't work
like
out.
It froze,
yeah, like it froze.
You see a mixer in the background.
But that's okay now, right? Isn't it? That's not buffering, and the quality of the picture is plenty enough to.
You can clearly make out what it is.
Yeah.
Make out who it is and what
More than make out, is it?
Yeah.
I don't even know what we're uploading in there.
All mine have been smart TVs. I'm not like
Yeah, no, not that old. Yeah, well, my granddad had a TV show.
Switch it on.
You had to get up and switch
now
it
I
on.
can just grab my remote and go, Alexa, turn on.
My granddad used to have the local TV shop, and we used to have a 26-inch telly, and we were legends, and it took 2 or 3 blokes to carry it in the house.
Stream good now, lads. Thank you, Mr. Top Fuel Teddy. Oh, honestly, I'm losing the
No
world.
thanks.
Really
Well, this is okay now, by the way, mate. This is, do you know what I mean? This is doing the job here live, isn't it? It's.
Well, hopefully this now sorts itself out. We've changed a few settings. I don't think we're streaming in as high quality as we'd have liked.
But not, mate, but
it
it's
wasn't
okay.
I don't think it was watchable before, so I now hope it's at least watchable.
It is watchable, mate. It's good now.
More than enough.
More than enough.
So,
if it stays like this, happy days. It hasn't. Well, it hasn't really missed a beat, has it? It was buffering before.
I'm buffered once.
Yeah, and Sean's. Sean's
fast,
like.
isn't it?
Yeah, Sean's zooming in on.
That's Simon, isn't it?
Simon, is it? Yeah, of course it is. Yeah, Wayne is zooming in because he's seen Wayne catch. But if we keep up like this, we might end up with a watch.
Rather have it lower quality where you can watch into the high quality
Absolutely.
buffers.
It's not that.
You can clearly make out what that is.
Well, we can only apologise, people at home watching. It's all gone to pot. We're having an absolute nightmare. Everything's failing. Equipment's turning off. Everything's gone wrong. It's final day. It always happens on the final, doesn't it?
But mine's positive.
Yeah,
No
I'm positive
one's
about
picked
this.
that
Yeah.
up.
Well, that's good. There's only one thing really changed. I've gone from being the most negative person in here to you.
It's a good job.
That's all that's changed, mate.
It's a good job I've got day off tomorrow. I'm going to need it.
Sure.
Oh, it's been an absolute nightmare. Anyway,
It's working all right at the minute, mate. Honestly,
Sound.
it's good. It's good. I think we're disappointed as well because we were looking forward to a good watch. We were just settling in me and Logan for a bit of
Well, it's
fishing on a Sunday
we've
afternoon.
only lost an hour of fishing, haven't we? So, apologies.
I say Wayne's got one here.
Yeah, as we're
Foul up.
Wayne's into a fish anyway, we can sit and watch Wayne for a little while. We will attempt to cross over to Simon, who's and Dave, who are filming for us on Partridge shortly, and then we will again
You are
try
filming on Partridge, by the way.
Sorry?
Wayne's on Partridge.
Simon and Dave
Yeah.
on
They're
Partridge.
over there. Like.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it? Is it Sean and Nathan?
Sean and
You want
Nathan
to
on
put Sean and
Sean and
Nathan
Nathan as well. I was getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, Kate.
Poke the
No,
bear.
I'm gonna have a
Kate.
beer in the bar, shall I?
There.
Don't
Sorry.
poke the bear. You know, don't poke the bloke that's just sat there going. "Ooh, oh, boy, ooh."
Yeah. I'm gonna
That's a
go. I'm
nice
gonna
fish,
go
isn't
do a
it?
dive bomb on
That's a decent
Chris
fish.
Weaver's
It's got
fish short.
no, it's not as big. It's not as big as I thought.
Oh,
It's just bigger than
dear.
Wayne.
Well, we wanted
That's
to
not
bring
bad
you a
though,
nice
is it?
afternoon of match fishing, and at the minute all
Hey.
we've given you is headache. But
Okay.
at 1 o'clock
blimey.
we'll try and get hold of Simon and cross over to Partridge. Been doing a cracking job over there. So
Luke's fishing place on the edge.
Luke Bamford. Yeah. What? Jack's in on peg 1 as well again on the rod.
So, yeah, that's Sean and
Who's that on
Nathan's
peg
side.
14?
Les Marshall.
Les, is it?
Fishes my way on him, my local.
Yeah, yeah, of course it's one of your.
it's actually starting to really fish well now, isn't it? There's quite a few fish coming out.
That's the first time I've been able to see it.
There's some good weights today.
No, I'm rubbing this out with the
It's
window.
the first time he's been able to see it.
This is working fine now,
Yeah,
mate.
it's perfect.
This is working absolutely fine.
Don't jinx it too much, see that thing like.
And the lad's moving in with a camera as well, zooming into somebody catching fish. It's working well.
Yeah, it's just me now that's completely not working.
You need a vodka or two, so.
Yeah, let's have some ale. I'm not a big drinker, but maybe that's what you need, Mike. Do you fancy a beer or a cider?
No, I'm not drinking. No.
You will be by the end of it, mate, I tell you. You want one, Logan?
No worry.
Cider, beer, Coke.
No worry.
But there's all sorts in there, mate. You know what
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean?
alright, honestly.
Posh ciders, there's
Pick this
Fanta, there's Diet Coke for Mike, because he's a tad overweight.
I'm going to go lay down.
Selling carving.
Hey, it's going well now. It's going well.
So let's give me a 20-minute break and cut across the Partridge and Skylark and see how the lads are getting on.
I could see like the decline in resolution.
All good?
Who lost it?
So, back on Partridge. The guy that's still catching fish and still making waves is Pete Upperton, down in the corner on peg 11. Yeah, it just looks like he's fishing long and just going along to the rough and the sedges and whatever they are along the rough on the edge of the bank and just flicking over. He's not seen him feed anything. Looks like he's going through a rig change now. But yeah, he's the guy that's on the move at the minute. Just running through the order as it stands that we've got as a fish count at the minute. We've got Chris Weeder in the corner on 21. He's on 2 fish. Wayne Kearney next to him, he's making a little bit of movement as well. Both him and John Harvey beside him. Wayne on 20 and John on 19. They've both got 4 fish apiece. Now moving on to Pem Wrighting. Poor old Pem's having a bit of a grueler at the minute. He's still fishless. He's now picked up the rod and he's chucking it to within 10 or 15 feet of this near bank. He is feeding. He's feeding like a pole line, basically catapult pellets, pinging them in. Next door to him, Andy Nelson, he's got a couple of fish. He's fishing middle of the lake at the minute and he's chucking a little method feeder out by the looks of it. Moving along, let's go along the bank, let's do everybody. So 16, Lewis Jennings, he's only had 1 small fish that we've seen. It's not been great. Like I say, the middle of the lake is fishing, seems to be fishing really poorly. It'll pick up, it always does. Luke Bamford next door to him, he's already had a look down his left margin at like 3 to 4 metres. You know, and now obviously he's back out on the long pole because he foul hooked and lost a fish out on that long pole line. So he's like had a quick look down his edge, bit early, we all know that, but sometimes you just got to give it a gamble and see what's there. Moving on to Les. Les is he's underarming a feeder rod just out onto his long pole line. He's feeding it, usually he's been feeding it with like pouches of pellets, 2 maybe 3 pouches of what look like 6 mils over the top of it. He's now picking the catapult up again, and he's done exactly the same again as I just said. And then what he'll do is just past that he'll pick it up and he'll pick some 8 mils up and he'll pin the 8 mils out probably 5 metres further out than that. And Les is on 14. Moving along to Dan Hardy. Les has had 2 fish, sorry. Dan Hardy, he's on a couple of fish now. He's finally got something up moving on the long pole line, but it is slow. And as we speak, he's just hooked in, but it's a tiny silverfish. And due to the gear he's fishing, he's bumped it off by the looks of it. Yep, bumped it off. Yeah, so it's a bit slow just there. But Dan's, you know, he's had a couple of fish. I think he's settled down a bit now. And then as we move into, we move into the corner. Jack Grundy, 1 out the corner on 12. He's had 1 fish. It looks like 1 bite, 1 strike, 1 hit, 1 net, and that was it. But the guy that's making the moves on this lake, without a shadow of a doubt, is the guy flicking a rig long to the sedges in the end of the, well, basically along the end bank. There's rough and there's bracken and there's all sorts of stuff there, and it looks like he's just flicking a loose rig. We're not seeing him feed it, but he is now Pete Upperton on 11 fish. So, and they all look to be, from what we can see from this distance, we may be wrong, averaging £3 upwards. So, you know, I'm just having my board taken off me because my good mate has just seen a little while ago he didn't mark up the last fish, so he's just realised that and he's put 12 fish on. So even if you said they were like £3 a piece, 3 12s 36, he's on 36 to £40 now. We think might even be more than that because of the distance. We can't exactly tell the stamp of fish. We're not, you know, you need to be right on top of it, but yeah, that's just is what it is. But yeah, so Pete Upperton is running away with it at the minute here on Partridge. There's not really a lot more to say apart from the wind has seemed to, it's got up in the last like 10 or 15 minutes, and finally there's a guy that's been, he's got all the water to himself. I'm just going to pan around quickly, and a lot of you guys will know this fella. He knows what he's doing. Nice bloke actually, very nice bloke, always got time for a chat. I'll zoom out so that Mike can do what he needs to do, and this fella, he's the only one chucking long, and he's chucking to within, it must be within 5 metres of the near bank. And there we go. Hem's finally got one, and it's a good fish as well. But with him chucking long, he's got all this water over this side. I know there's a little bit of bankside disturbance. There's a little bit of bankside disturbance, but he's got all this water to himself. and no doubt, because he's picked one up over here, the chances are he's going to be loading that rod again, loading that feeder again. Yeah, he's definitely he's going to load it and give it another chuck over here, just to see whether he can keep this water all to himself. This could be a clever move, this could, but so he's got quite a lot to do to catch Pete Upperton, and if you want to catch fast, that is even closer to this near bank, that one is. Yep, I've just been told by my good crew just to keep an eye on the camera and just keep it at a certain height. So if I did do some unnecessary cropping and clipping, I do apologise for that. I think Pete Upperton looks better without a head anyway. No, he don't. He's a nice guy, and just as we say that, it just looks like that Pete is into another one. Yeah, he is. He's shipping back nice and steady, got it at the bracken. I'm going to give it a chance. I'm going to pan round and I'm going to see whether we can get Pete landing number 13. I think it's number 13. Sorry guys if it's a little bit quick on the camera. Sorry Mike if you can't keep up with me. Sometimes you've got to run, you can't walk. There you go. Now I know that Pete's got a head in that shot, Mike, so I'm hoping that you have. Don't know whether we're doing guess the winning weight, guys, but if we are, and you fancy winning, apparently Steve said he's going to gold plate the clicker this week. Nah, he's I don't know what they're doing, but I presume they're doing a clicker, are they? Yeah, we're doing a clicker. So yeah, bit of fun. Get your guesses in. Yep. And Pete's just landed another fish. Not as big as the others, but it's there. It's something. I wonder. Strict timings here. I've been told it's about 10 minutes, but if I waffle on, I'll waffle on. I'm
13 fish.
I tend to talk a little bit. I tend to talk a bit, and just as we say that, I'm not going to pan around this time because you'll end up getting travel sickness from me moving the camera around. But peg 20, peg 20 Wayne Kearney, he's just landed another fish, so that now puts him on 5. It's good fish as well. Good fish. Look at the wind blowing down in that corner now. Oh, that could come good. That could come good now. But yeah, I think I'm pretty much run out with 10-minute timings there. If not, I'm sure I should be told off at some time during the day. But yeah, if you're going to head over near to Skylark and catch up with the guys over at Skylark. Just give me a second. This is very unprofessional doing it like this. Yeah, so yeah, like I say, he's not feeding, he's just flicking that rig, and he had a strike at a fish there, so there was a fish. There's quite a few still up there, just hard. It's probably where they live. It's the normal sort of habitat that you know, they want to stay safe, and that's what they do. But yeah, it looks like we're heading over to shore now, so I'll catch up with you guys in a bit, and hopefully a few more fish.
Be interesting to see if Andy chucks out again and it goes straight away.
Yeah. Well, you'd certainly be chucking it again in the same place, wouldn't you? Hi everyone, back on Skylark. You just missed Andy Power catching a fish on the feeder, and for once he chucked it really long, and it literally went round almost as soon as it hit the water. So he's just gonna get him ready for another chuck. Where he's gonna come right over again, we'll see.
There's a few other fish being caught. Since been Ash Davis had another one. He's on 3 fish now, alongside Aaron Sant Romain and Phil Cannon. They're all on 3 fish. Andy Power and Jack Gill on 2, and Lewis Misford and Ryan Ligard on 1. By the sounds of it, we're not catching anywhere near as much on Skylark as they are on Partridge, but how far did he chuck that knife? Did he come?
He
Came long again.
Came long.
Yeah. We'll see if that. See if the long feeder is the way to go, but no one else really bagging up. Well, hopefully the sound has sorted itself out. It seems a bit more stable now, so hope you guys are all enjoying it. Well, I'm just seeing one of the comments, who's in the lead so far. Well, I'm not absolutely sure, but I think Pete Upperton. I'm sure I heard Simon say that he was on something like 13 fish, so I would imagine he's easily in the lead. But early days yet. Very early, and the weather's cheering up nicely, so hopefully the fishing will as well. All the high pegs, 10 down to sort of 7, are all on the long pole by the looks of it. Everyone else is on the rod. But like I say, there's not a lot of action to bring you at the minute in terms of fish being caught. But as soon as we see anything happening, we'll be on it. Is peg free into a fish knife, or has he just cast it out?
Just cast out.
Just cast out. Pems didn't go round straight away again. That sun's getting really bright now. That was a little bomb Andy Power just threw them, weren't they, I think?
I think he's just catapulting 8s or 6s, and
yeah.
he's just feeding straight lead over the top of it.
That's it, yeah.
doing a lot at all. We could do a few more fish being caught, that's what we could be doing with.
Fish over here now.
Yeah, there's so many names just brought out. There's so many fish sort of on our bank. You can see them all over the place. I think they're all on our side. Someone needs to start chucking a long feeder or something.
I think peg 7's just hooked into a fish.
Has he mugged one? Let's have a look, shall we?
That's Charlie Law.
Yep, Charlie Law on peg 7. He's not had a fish yet, so this will be really welcome for Charlie.
I think he has actually had one on. I believe he lost
Yeah, I
it.
think he did. Yeah, I don't know whether he's got one on or not. He's
I'm sure I see him strike into it.
It did look like it, didn't it? But yeah, I think he's probably he's either pulled out of it or I don't know. He might be feeding. He's feeding his line while he's.
No, I can see his elastic out. He's definitely got a fish.
He's just feeding his pole line while he's playing the fish. And from here, it makes it look like he's not in.
No, but he is definitely.
Yeah, there's some elastic out there. That's more like it, Charlie.
I think he's got that one in the net, isn't he?
Yeah, decent fish. Thought I saw peg 2 into a fish, but no. So no one else catching at the minute, but there's odd fish coming out here and there.
He's pegged 10 into a fish.
Well, I thought that a minute ago, and I picked up the binoculars to have a look, and
he's shipping
No,
out
shipping
now.
out, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, Peg 10 is miles away for us. There's no way we can see it with the naked eye, but we're trying our hardest. A few people trying to mug some fish, but they're just not really having it, are they?
No.
Andy Power's gone back on the pellet waggler, seeing if you can snare one on that. He's been feeding that line, hasn't he? So
Yeah.
might be a few fish about on that. Let's have a quick look at Andy. Using that pellet wag. Do like a bit of pellet waggler fishing.
Pretty slow, really, isn't it?
It is very slow on our side. Sounded like it was quite slow on partridge as well, apart from Pete Upton, who seemed to be absolutely emptying it. It's strange how the end peg on Skylark hasn't done the same. It's I've just had a quick look up there with the binoculars, and he's fishing along to the edge. You'd fancy it, but just not happening.
To see Pete Upton landing other fish, you know.
Yeah, looks like it. There's even a nice little bit of ripple on the coming across the lake now, which you thought might help. And he's going to try and mug one. He's switched to the pole. He's obviously seen one there and thought, oh, I'll try have a go at him.
He's in. Number 7 again. Charlie Law.
Yeah, so Charlie's into another fish. That's his second fish.
And I believe Jack Gill is
fairly-
also into a
Fairly
fish.
quick succession. Oh, that's good. We're getting a bit of action. Might be able to see Charlie Law net this fish and then move across to Jack. But Ollie, let's have a look, see if we can see.
I think Jack's actually stayed on the feeder.
Yeah,
Blinking here from the off, I think.
yeah, I think he has. So there's Jack on peg 1 into a fish. This will be his third fish if he nets this. He's not doing too bad. Gives us 4 anglers on 3 fish on this lake. Looks like peg 3 might be in as well. Oh, coming thick and fast now.
Yep.
Yep.
For Jack.
That's one for Jack. It's coming. Come and have a look at Lewis Misford on peg 3. He's got 1 in the net so far, so this will be welcome for him. I think we'll see Lewis land this fish if he does, and it must be time to hand back to the gazebo, the main hub. Get an update from Mike.
Get an update from the barking ducks.
Yeah. That's really getting warm here now. Could do a bit of shade. That's a nice fish for Lewis. Very nice. What does that put him on now?
That's a big fish.
That's his
That's his
second fish, yeah. That was a big fish. Yeah, so if Mike's ready to hand back, we'll hand back over to Mike.
Next year's competition is changing exponentially. With our newfound friends at Nitro and Sonic, the Fishing Association's Nitro Super Cup is going to be bigger and better. There'll be 19 regions next year and 6 one-off qualifiers, all capped at 64 entrants. So the odds of making the final are exactly the same. We have guaranteed the prize pot at a minimum of £51,000. So we are once again the largest prize in match fishing. Tickets for next year's competition are on sale now and can be purchased through our website. Good luck. Next year's competition is changing exponentially. With our newfound friends at Nitro and Sonic, the Fishing Association's Nitro.
There we go, Steve.
He's definitely going to be a dark horse, 100%.
Yeah, yeah.
Slow, he's literally slow and steady putting fish in the net.
We're on telly, mate.
He's famous.
So
So are we on audio telly as well, mate?
Are we on audio telly?
Oh, can people hear us?
They can hear us, mate.
So I've got to stop swearing now. Like,
Stop
it's
swearing,
difficult to look at yourself and speak though,
Best
isn't it? Like,
behaviour,
especially if there's a little bit of time delay.
It's best behaviour, Steve.
Yeah. So we're back at the gazebo.
Yeah. Stress levels are falling.
Stress levels. I can't
Nice
even
and
say
calm
it.
now, Steve.
That looks like Pem's got a fish down the line now, doesn't it? There's a few fish starting to be caught. We seems to have got the well, it's one of them. It's sorted itself out. We've dropped the resolution, and we've got a good broadcast now. Numbers are coming up. We're doing all right. We're enjoying it. I'm with Logan Frizzell, star of the show, main man.
I won't take it that far.
You bloody well
I
are,
won't take
mate.
it that
16 metres on the pace. Trust me, mate. You know, that's absolutely awesome. But yeah, no, we're here in the gazebo. Things seem to be going quite well. I wouldn't like to say who's winning. I can see Pem's got one down there. Jack, is that? Did he just lose that
No,
one?
he landed. He's sneaking a few fish.
That's his fourth fish, isn't it?
He's catching slow and steady.
Yeah.
Sneaking a few. The quality fish and all, aren't they, Steve?
Yeah.
The big
yeah,
fish.
absolutely. You know what I mean? It's. I know Pete Uppen's had one or two. After we've gone live here, I think I should go and have a carvery. I mean, go and go and speak to the lads about how things are going and see what the weights and what have you, what they think's going on. But generally speaking, it's still a wide open event from what I can see.
Yeah, it's definitely very close. But like you say, the big fish in here, you don't need many to catch up, do you?
No.
They are
No,
very
you
big
don't.
fish.
I know Chris Weed has had one or two here off the tight end peg. See, Jack's he's got a tight end peg, but he's certainly got a bit more room than most on the end here, hasn't he? He's got a lot to listen, they might look a bit tight. These lakes take 36 pegs each, and there's only sort of 10 on each of them. So
True,
that,
very true.
you know, so there ought to be plenty of. Anyway, that one's sort of landed by Pem. I'm seeing there on the live. Just noticed that we're on the inset as well, talking here, like so. The only difference is, like I say, I'm looking at myself and my hands waving around on the delay, and it's quite off-putting. But yeah, no, me and Logan are here. We're keeping an eye on things, and things seem to be going quite well
Going
now.
to be a very interesting late on with, like you said, like how you pegged it with them. With it, the end pegs being very tight and the middle being open. It's definitely going to be interesting.
It's all gone quite about end pegs, hasn't it, mate?
Yeah,
All that. It's definitely going to be run
definitely.
off an end peg. Most people are liking. Hey, it's not all negativity. I've had plenty of people pass
Ryan's
comment.
into a good fish on by the looks
Ryan,
of it.
yeah, he's had a couple, hasn't
He had a few good carp and all.
he? Yeah, he had a proper one not long ago,
I
weren't he?
think that's a big fish. By the sound of that drag going, I think that's a good fish.
I wouldn't like to say anybody's home and hosed at this stage. I'd like to know what the only one that looked like he was going to. Pete Upton went off sort of to a fly, didn't he? Had two or three
Started well,
fairly
didn't he?
quick. They're on Pen now on the screen. So I don't know what he caught his last one. I don't know. That's good, but good news for him because last time, is it Sean or Simon shot round to Charlie Law, he had one straight away. So
Like you say, with the quality of anglers, though, you can't write any of them off, can you?
no.
And
I've always wanted to draw the middle of the lake here, really, in a sense. There's less pressure,
it's very
plenty of room. It's
I think that's
yeah. Look.
Pens
No, I
and-
thought he got.
I think silverfish, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah,
silverfish. Oh well, they got that one wrong.
When your floater goes under and you hook into that.
16 metres on the paste, and you're pulling one of them boys.
You're not happy with that? They all count though, they all add up.
I'd be like, oh no, I'm getting the rod out. I'm not fishing 16 metres on the paste. Honestly, there's something wrong with you. is
And
what there is.
many people have told me that. See, many people have told me
You've took it to being determined to the absolute nth degree.
to
what
just
you've
go
done,
into
mate.
like non-existent thinking. People look at me and think, why are you fishing that far out?
You strike me as one of those people that somebody says like you can't do that.
I'm going to be like, watch me, I'm off to do it. I'm off to do it, I'm proving you
I got
wrong.
no interest in doing it whatsoever until you just said I couldn't do it.
No, I'm off to do it.
My dad had said the same about me. He used to
Very
say
good
like,
fish, that Steve. That's a big fish.
he used to say to me, he said the best way to stop you doing anything, boy, is just tell you to do it.
That's 8-9 pounds. A big fish like.
I say everybody's still in the run. I don't know who has and who hasn't caught. What do you think, Mike?
What do I think? Pete Upperton.
Yeah?
I think he's clearly in the lead. Then I've had the benefit of listening to the audio from Partridge, which I know you haven't. I think he's had 13 or 14 fish now.
Oh, right.
So
So we're living in.
Pete Upperton is
a different world.
doing well.
Yeah.
But as we look now down the centre of the spit, we can see anglers into Lewis Mifsud's into
Yeah,
another
Lewis
fish.
Mifsud's in again. There's one
Yeah.
or two catching at this end of Skylark, aren't there? On the
Yeah.
bomb or on the feeder or whatever. They're.
Sneaking the odd one out and the proper fishing.
Yeah. So fish are being caught. And you know how quick things can change here, don't you? So I've just got to move an item.
Main man
Can I
just
just
turned
play?
up.
Live in the audio?
Don't know, mate, but we're live on telly now. When you sit down there, look,
Oh God.
we've gone off the inset, but we're on that camera. So, we've just found out basically that it looks like Pete Upperton's got about 13 fish and he's winning.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen or heard everything. We's in now, like Ryan is. So Lewis is. Sorry, but they've had,
I think Chris has just hooked them. Nice come off.
Who else?
Pulled out of it.
What weights have been given in so far? I don't know, mate. We had a load of problems early on with the broadcast. We were having all sorts of problems. Don't know what happened, whether we had a dodgy read that worked, do you know what I mean? And it was really
hectic.
hard work. But it all seems to be sorted out now. We're all going live. The cameras are working nice. But it took away our focus from like, who's been doing what, because we've been like panicking and doing. Who's that? Is that John Harvey's just got one here and he like on the live screen. Wayne had a few early on. I don't know. Everybody's in the race apart from Pete Upton seems to be, 13 feet. But they're smaller fish at that end as a rule, aren't they?
Yeah, they can be, especially against them edges. And
You can have 13 up there and
for £50.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. Or you could have 5 here for
5 here for 60, 70.
yeah.
It's very impressive, isn't it?
John Harvey's just sneaking them in
Yeah,
again.
he's
isn't he?
I don't know if he got that, but it's decent. We've
Yeah,
got it up to
oh.
it's a proper lad, isn't it?
Yeah, big fish down here. What will catch, this will be the difference, we'll catch bigger fish
Big
down
bin
here.
here, like, yeah.
But we did say that earlier when Ryan and Jack had them. They have been better fish, haven't they?
The thing is, we've fell for it all year, where we see and the numbers don't tell the tale. It's the size of them. How's it going, mate?
Who's got what?
Well, we're just we're live, by the way. We're here at this end now, just so.
Yeah, as Nathan slides back out of shot.
Yeah, we're on the inset here. Look, like, well, how it's looking, a lot of people in the race with maybe 3 or 4 fish, but Pete Upton's got about 13 down the far end.
Running away with it.
I think he's in middle teens now, maybe 15 fish I've just seen
That's going to be
from one of the other feeds. He's
So
put
that's
another
you
fish
just
in
coming
there.
live on the. Try not to look at it because it's off-putting trying to talk and
You
watch
see
yourself
Ryan wave round.
and watch yourself 3 hours ago, well 3 seconds ago. You know what I mean? But it is good of you to join us because it certainly does me no end of good, like having plenty of ugly people around me.
Speak for yourself.
It's like being on a modelling shoot.
Yeah, that's why I've invited Logan. He comes here with his smart jacket and his hair all done, trying to outgun
He
me.
brings
but-
up glamour, he doesn't that?
trying to outgun me. Are we selling any tickets? Are we trying to sell any tickets for next year? Or are we
I've
giving?
given up on the technicalities.
Yeah, giving up on
To
the
be honest,
technicalities.
everything's gone Pete Tong, and
Yeah. We'll
looks,
come round to that, won't we?
we're just going to get some coverage of Wayne Kearney.
Has he got one? Has he?
Yeah, he's right in front of us, playing a fish as we speak. Peg 20 on partridge, permanent peg 36. Wayne Kearney into a fish there.
This time next year, be totally different.
You'll be on your Todd.
Yeah, no.
I'm off.
No, this time next year, you see all those program settings on that camera where they're trying to zoom into somebody. I'm sure that can be preordained on a gimbal or some bit of kit where you just press a button, it'll automatically zoom,
Zoom in
go back
focus.
to that space.
Yeah,
I
I think you can get that done.
trouble is with this, there's loads of things you can do, but it's just a money pit.
Getting it all together and all running smooth, isn't it?
It's a money pit, mate, you know what I mean? When you that little transmitter receiver to make the camera remote, that's like 900.
Sorry?
Do you know what I mean?
Mind-blowing, isn't it?
It is,
we've
but
had
it's
to,
something we've got to do.
For advertising.
We've had
Well,
to,
definitely helped with advertising. It's
Stop
very
and
well
start,
done,
stop
isn't
and start, stop and
It's
start.
the
And in the end,
key, you know,
we've
for
reduced the
anything
frame
to
rate so
work
that
in
we've got a better
this day and
picture.
age, the media and the coverage and everything needs to be slick, exciting, and good stuff. We're getting there. We're getting there, aren't we? It's,
it? Most definitely.
We've got
just
now got an
it's
issue
good
with your
stuff to be
transmitter.
on. Eh?
In what way? Look what's coming through. It's just pixelated nonsense. I don't know whether he's hit something on the camera. Or... Yeah, just pop another word.
He's having a look at us through the binos.
Because what I might have to do is, you might have to take the roaming camera with you and switch.
Sean's on the binoculars, look.
Yeah.
Don't go there. Binoculars.
Where's that shot coming from then, Mike?
No, we've got a camera just here.
Oh yeah, what, the roving camera, like?
Yeah. But we've got an issue now with camera 2 because we've lost Skylark.
Who's doing second best on Partridge at the minute?
Wayne or Chris, maybe, but we haven't seen everybody. We've been in our own world. You know.
It's been a pickle.
How many fish do you think? Who's got what on Skylark? Jack 4.
Jack's got 4.
Yeah.
There's about 4 on 3 fish.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly how we've got it, isn't it?
Yeah.
And they're slightly better ones than they're likely to be with Pete Upton, we would
They're
think.
definitely
What
big
size
fish.
of fish Pete Upperton's?
Well, we don't know, but that end seemed to be smaller fish off that peg that lived there as a rule. I remember Steve Fotheringham saying that first year. So he could have 13 fish for £50, whereas Jack's got 4 fish for £32 maybe.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? There's not a lot in it when you possibly.
Sam Brown there. Hopefully your transmitter's now sorted itself out. We've got Skylark back.
Andy Howard triple feeder. It's got there, mate, near us.
Yeah.
Fucking gone straight down.
Really?
You want to see the fishing hole in front of us? I don't know why. No, there's only 2 people. Obviously, he took it right the way over.
But there's plenty of fish over
There is,
there.
mate.
Like we said, space wins, doesn't it? And that's what happens, I push off.
Yeah. That's Sam Brown.
Yeah, he's just put a lump in there.
Right. I'll catch you in a bit then, boys.
Quickly
So do you want us
remind
to-
him, 10 amp.
It
10
seems to be alright again now, because I don't know what's happened. But
Oh, good.
He's very dark horse, Sam. You don't really seem to put fish in there, but he always sneaks them in slow and steady. He's really dark horse.
He's having a laugh with somebody anyway, isn't he?
turn that down, Steve.
Sorry. Help, mate. We're in the gazebo at the bit. Where are you? Are you at the end of the... Audio, mate. Well, I'm going to come down there.
He's got
in a
another
minute,
one on,
might have
mate.
a carvery and have something to eat and what have you. Hey? Say again.
Pete Upperton there.
He's got another one.
Yeah, Pete Upperton, peg
Look.
11 on partridge.
They look quite big fish and all, like.
Some of them have been smaller, but no, he's had some good fish. So,
Well, that's Eddie, that is. Eddie Gregory. That's Pete Upperton in again, down there, like.
He's bagging.
yeah, he's just had one.
Good fish and all.
We'll cut across to Simon in a minute, just to
Bloke
get an
to his-
update from partridge.
Bloke to his left looks disgruntled.
If you want to see what disgruntled looks like, I'll sit in front of the camera.
Yeah, no, you look fairly
I'm
disgruntled
proper
a few minutes
disgruntled,
ago,
I
didn't
can
you?
tell you. It was always going to happen on final day, wasn't it?
Yeah, we're there now, mate. Now I'm the one that's isn't it funny, eh? When everybody else is up and all that, like, you know what I mean, and I'm down, and then you have to pick yourself up to pick everybody else up, don't you?
What was it about everything going wrong that made you happy?
Seeing you unhappy, I think. I think what happened was I was so much in about starting that, and then when I saw that you was in even in worse mood than me, it was
That
like.
made you laugh?
Well, no.
Is that why you laugh when I don't catch nothing when I go fishing?
Well,
That's just called character building. That
Yeah. Yeah, you just got to cling on to anything that humours you in this world, don't you? You know what I mean? I'll tell you what I'm going to do though. I'm going to sloot off down there and see Eddie. He's rang me and all that. Are you two guys all right here on your own for a bit? Are you sound, mate?
Like we got a choice.
Well,
You're going to slide off and have a full carvery.
I am. Do you want me to bring you one back? Do you want me to bring you anything back?
No, mate. I might sort of slide down there.
Mate, you can go and get your own
stuff.
when I cut if you like. Do you know what I mean? If you really think you could risk leaving us.
No, you're all right,
In
Steve.
charge.
Crack on.
I'm going to go and see Eddie's what I do.
No,
I probably won't have a carvery until after we finish, if I'm honest. It just wouldn't be cricket, would it? And I know how much you love cricket, mate.
Yawn. Right, off he goes. Actually want you out of it now. Go on, off you go.
Yeah, I actually want you out of it. You're all right here,
I
mate.
think Pete's got another one on.
He has, yeah.
You're all right here,
I'm
right? You don't
fine.
want me to take anything,
Steve,
do anything
I'm
or
fine,
whatever. You'd
honestly.
speak up if you did, wouldn't you?
No, of course I would. You know what
That's
I'm
what I
like.
thought, mate.
Yeah.
You're shy, aren't you? That's
No.
one thing you definitely,
Definitely not.
You weren't born with shyness, were you?
Don't lack in that.
There's a duck here.
There's a duck here.
These quackers.
He's hungry, yeah. Got his eyes on a ducklet. Well, it wasn't the greatest of starts for us on the final day here for the Super Cup. Somebody's going to be happy by the end of it. Is there going to be 20,000?
It is a small fish and all. Why do you think that is, Mike? The little fish live up the top and then the bigger fish live down here?
Yeah, that's what Craig said as he passed, didn't he?
Hmm.
Yeah. Well, it happens, doesn't it? It happens.
Very interesting, that, isn't it?
There are other lakes I can think of where you sort of know you're going to get a smaller stamp of fish if you draw a certain peg, or a larger stamp of fish, as might be the case. But it keeps things interesting, doesn't it? If somebody's caught 3 smaller fish and one's caught 1 large fish, then
Evens it out.
it evens it out, doesn't it? So it's not always straightforward. So we are running a guest weight competition today. We've got a lot going on and confusing ourselves with a lot of it. But if you guess the winning weight and the winning angler, there's a bucket full of goodies. I think there's still some bait tech goodies left over, courtesy of Phil Spry.
Pete's in again.
There's the census nets that were kindly donated back to be gifted away again, and we're going to give away the classic clicker as well. Yeah, I think Pete's running away with it at the minute. Nearly 2 hours into a 5-hour match. As we've said, today's winner will get £20,000. But next year's competition, with the help of some changes to the format and Nitro as a sponsor, has been guaranteed at £51,000, and if ticket sales supersede that, then it'll be bigger, which we've no doubt it will. There's going to be 6 qualifying matches, all capped at 64, so you've got a 1 in 64 chance of making it through the region, and you've got a 1 in 64 chance of making it through a qualifier. So you can fish your region as normal. You can pick up as many of the qualifier tickets as you'd like. Check out the regions on the face on our fishingassociation.co.uk. You can purchase next year's ticket already. The regions will be capped, so once the tickets are gone, they're gone. Camera firmly on Pete Upperton there for the minute. as we think he's leading the match. We'll get an update from Simon shortly as we go back to Partridge. He can tell us what's been going on there. Let's see if we can get hold of Simon.
Well, you're back with us again, guys, and although the wind's got up and it's blowing a little bit down towards the high numbers, the middle of the lake is really not fishing well at all. We've seen one carp, we've seen, you know, the odd little bit of movement here and there, but there's nothing being caught at all. Luckily enough, Dan Hardy now on 13. I think he's now into his third fish. Yeah, Dan Hardy's now into his third fish, which isn't great, but the guy that's making all the moves and catching all the fish, he's lost a couple of 3 fair lookers, but at the minute, right at the end on peg 11, Pete Upperton, and I just want to make sure that I don't upset the cameraman, the main cameraman, keep his head in shot, because I apologise, Pete, I decapitated you about two sessions ago. Yeah, well, Pete Upperton now has moved up to 24 fish, and talk about maximising your profits. Pete, we've seen him flicking a rig out. He looks 16 metres, flicking a rig out, and on the 24 fish he's probably used 24 pellets, which is a good return in anybody's game. But yeah, we haven't seen him feed a thing. He's just flicking a rig in and amongst that bracken, and every now and again there'll be a fish just circling under there, hearing the plop, going, snaffling the bait, and bang, Pete's in, and that's it. I will apologise to any of the guys that are watching that if I've made them a little bit motion sickness, because I've had to, the trouble is, catching at that end of the lake, Pete is on 11, and then a little bit of the action as well is coming from Wayne Kearney on 20, and he's had 7 fish. So it's, I won't say it's between Pete Upperton and Wayne Kearney, because obviously Pete Upperton is absolutely, like, he's mullering it at the minute. There's nobody's going to get a look in. I mean, if you said 25, even if you said 24, 25 fish at £3 a fish, you know, he's up in the 70s, 80s already. Yeah, could be game over already, but we'll see. Keep watching, you never know, because these fish, as you know, from when Zach Brown won it the first year, they rocked up late on the short pole on the maggot line, and he emptied it, and it was lift off, absolute lift off. But yeah, I do apologise that when I pan round, if there's a bit of speed on the camera and it's a little bit motion sickness, it's because I'm blessed with the action at one end or the other at the minute. There's not to be cruel to the guys, because they are really trying their hardest, as you can understand. Nobody wants to fish and struggle to catch. Yeah, the action seems to be at either one end of the lake or the other end of the lake at the minute. Although I do fancy, like, from where Pem is on 18, from him down to 21 in the corner, Chris Weeder, the wind's just breaking over the trees a little bit more, and there's a bit more of a ripple, and it is blowing in there. And just saying that, I've got John Harvey on 19, and I've just seen, like, he's just too far at 20 metres. There's 1 or 2 fish just poshed at 20 metres in front of him. But he's now slapping on long pole. Pem's now on long pole, you know. And as we speak, I'll try and pan round to give him a bit of camera action, which I think he thoroughly deserves. Got Lewis Jennings on 16. Let's put the pressure on him. Let's give him some airplay. Sorry if I'm moving the camera a little bit too quick, guys. I will have to do some zooming and some jiggery pokery just to make it work. If I can find where I need to be. Let's come on out. Sorry about this, but here we go. Let's try and get his... see, there's the peg number. There's the guy. Sorry about the post. It's a little bit far away. I need to get it in for Mike back at base. So, and you guys, so you can see who the angler is, who's on the peg and what peg it is. But, he's on the rod and he's playing a fish. So if you've got the peg number now, Mike, I'm just going to bring it back in. Bring it back in. Just saying that as my compadre takes my board off my lap. So yeah, so we've got Pete Upperton down to the other end into another one. Yes, get in the net. Oh, that's a lump. Good man. That'll cheer him up. Well, probably not because he's a little bit behind at the minute, but yeah, that's a proper fish. Yeah, happy days. Meanwhile, dare I take you on another little ride down the lake, because the guy that we're talking about, the guy that everybody's talking about at the minute, and the guy that's doing all the damage, would you believe, is actually in again. So well done, Lewis. That's one in the bag. And let's go down and see whether I can get to this guy before he lands it. Sorry about the speedy camera movement, but like I did say, I am blessed with guys catching at either end of the lake. And as we go into it, elastic out, pole in the air, fish on. Are we guessing the weight, guys? Are we sending them in to Mike on the thread? I'm not a party to that at the minute because can't quite get a good connection on my phone, but that's not what I'm here for. I just want to make sure that you guys are participating in the day and having a bit of banter and a bit of fun. Oh yes, we've all been there. We've all had days like this. We know what it's like when you just know. I might be wrong. It could pick up for somebody later on. But as we say that, I'm not going to turn around because I'm never going to get there in time. But Chris Weeder has just landed one. Be interesting to know whether, and that's a good fish as well. That's 4 or 5 pound. That'd be interesting to know whether that was on the short pole, because he's just started feeding that. And we're not talking gently, we're talking big lumps. Meanwhile, Lewis Jennings, I think that's a cast that's he's sinking the line. Yeah, he's plonking the rod down. Yep. Fair play to Craig Kent for letting the guys use the venue again and doing a deal. And yeah, it looks nice, looks clean, everything's tidy, everything's well looked after, and we all know there's some nice fish in here. We all know. So yeah, it's always good when you've got you know, a fishing venue that's looked after by a fisherman, because he understands its needs, its wants, and he understands the footfall of the people coming in through the door. And you know, the tackle shop on site, if you've been up here, the tackle shop on site is second to none. It is really good, everything you ever need. As that man again, Pete Upperton, has hit another fish. Yeah, so tackle shop, the bar, brilliant. I've just been had a quick visit up there, and all the Northern boys are watching the Leeds game in there. It's full. So yeah, it's a nice place to be on a Sunday. Nice place to be on a Sunday, and the guys all behind me are all enjoying what they're seeing, and all praying and hoping for their man. Nobody comes to the top. But like I say, at the minute, Mr. Upperton's in again. He must be liking this. We all like it when you catch. He'll be totally focused now. That you know, the level of angling way above my level, way above some of our anglers' levels, but he'll be not interested at all in what's happening to his right. All he'll be interested in is just watching the float go, firing into it, and landing. That's all he's interested in. Good man. Yeah. Like I say, he's just had a good week up here. He's been the festival up here. He finished second on the festival. He's close to winning it. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, he's had a great week up here, followed by a great weekend. It'd be a nice drive home tomorrow, if it carries on the way it is. Well, if he's going home tomorrow, he might be going home tonight. But yeah, I think it's about time we yeah, wrap this one up. We've just got to be careful that I don't clip his head off, because I've been in trouble once. We'll be heading over to the lake now, just to see how the guys are going. So I'll just do my usual warning to say that we're getting ready to go over there. But yeah, at the minute Pete Upperton seems to be well, to say a decanter. To say a decanter would be a little bit of an understatement, but things will change, you never know. And with the wind blowing down to John Harvey in 21, if he starts catching late and they start bagging, you know, hauling, bagging, whatever you want to call it, hopefully, just hopefully, make a match and he's caught short again. Just as I say that, you know, moan, clunk, John Harvey into a fish. And he's caught that short. He's caught that 2+2, so could this be it? Could this be the run that we're looking for? It all depends on whether he can catch at a quicker rate than what Pete's catching. But he's got a lot of work to do. To be fair, he's got a lot of work to do, but we know it can be made up, and we'll just see how we go. But there's a good ripple blowing down there now, so he's got to like it. But yep, I'm going to head over now, let you guys go. Might head over to Sean, and Sean's going to fill you in with the details of what's happening on his lake.
Peg 6 in. I don't know if he is or he ain't, to be honest with you. Hi there, welcome back to Skylark. It's still slow. There's a few fish being caught. Ash Davis on peg 6 has got 5, and Jack Gill on peg 1 has got 4, and Aaron St Remain on peg 8 has got 4. Few people with 3, 2 and 1s. Looks like Richard Drage on peg 9 is the only one who hasn't caught yet. But I'd say it's not fast and furious, but there's a few coming out. Everyone trying different tactics. We've even had a few chucking really long. Had a feeder plop about 4 foot away from us down our edge. He did catch one on it, but I wouldn't say it's frenetic. You might have heard the plop then. Literally right down our margin. That was it was that Sam Brown chucking right over to our far bank. Yep, there's no one with a fish on at the moment. Just been listening to a bit from Simon, and it sounds like Pete Upton is really taking the grasping the nettle and emptying the place. But yeah, you know, it's got to go on all day, that has, hasn't it? Virtually everyone on Skylark now is fishing the feeder. We've got a couple of long poles. Charlie Law and Aaron St Remain, peg 7 and 8, they've still got the long pole out. Sorry about that, took me a hell of a long while to focus on peg 10 then. Philip Canning, he's into a fish, but he's so far away it's hard to even find him on the camera. But,
He's just netted that as well.
That's a welcome fish for Phil. What's that? That's 4 for Phil now. Or have you already marked that one down, Nathan?
No.
4 fish for Phil now. He's on end peg 10, so...
We might even miss him on Phil, to be fair, because he's a little bit out of eyesight.
He is, yeah. We're trying our hardest to keep an eye on him, but yeah, we definitely know he's had 4 fish. Well, the sun's come out now and it's really quite bright. It's playing havoc to try and see the screens, but we'll do our best. No one else catching at the minute. Another little plop on our bank. That was Lewis Misford on peg 3. He's chucking to the far bank. Andy Powers doing a bit of slapping, seeing if he can mug one. Is Phil using the pellet wag now? It looks like it. Can you see with the binoculars? He got a little pellet wag on there now?
He has, yeah.
I don't know whether that's how he caught his last fish. I thought it was on the pole, to be honest. Peg 6 in knife. Looks like we'll come round and see if we can have a quick look. So if Ash Davis has got a fish on, which it looks like he has, well, that'll be 6 fish for Ash. He'll be
Yeah, he has. I can see him stripping his elastic.
getting a little bit of a lead. Yep, that's in the net. Nice fish for Ash.
6 fish for him.
That's 6 fish in it, yeah. Yeah, so 6 fish. Is that 6 fish for Ash Davis or is that 5?
Yeah, 6.
Oh yeah, you've got a number one yet, so yeah, nearest to him's on 4 fish, isn't it? So he's got a 2 fish lead. So get your guess the weights in. I think we've managed to do a bundle of prizes.
Guess the weight prizes is census nets, bait tech bucket of goodies, clicker.
And the old clicker's back. Everybody wants a clicker. Fishing Association clicker up for grabs. Get your guesses in. Is that peg 9 in, Nath?
I believe it is, just about to net it.
Can I get there in time? That's Richard Drage. That'll be welcome for him because that's his first fish, I think.
Unless we've missed one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in the net for Richard. Well done. He'll be glad about that. I hope it's the first of many. Peg 7 in again, Nath.
Yeah, he's just about to net one. Which is Charlie Law.
Yep, Charlie Law into a fish.
I think that's on the rod as well, isn't it?
I think so, yeah, you get these little spells, don't you, where no one's catching and all of a sudden 3 or 4 people catch fish. And then no one again for 5 or 10 minutes. But, yep, that's in the net for Charlie. Gives him 4 fish. There's a few anglers scratching their heads at the minute, aren't they, Nath?
I'd imagine so. It's not exactly prolific, is it? It's
hard work. navigate into a fish. It's Aaron St. Romain. That's in the net for Aaron. Doesn't look a massive fish, but that's
He's
all
got that one
welcome.
out, has he?
Yeah, that was in the net. That's 5 fish for Aaron. So there's a few fish being caught, but it could be better. Hopefully it's picking up. I think it must be about time to hand back to the gazebo, get an update from Mike. See if Steve's back from his carvery. He says he wasn't going for one, but we all know he was.
Has he been for carvery?
I would imagine so, yeah. Yeah.
He's worse than my dad. He just thinks about food all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. He can't resist. If there's a carvery on offer, he's there. But,
Who are the idiots? Us.
Next year's competition is changing exponentially. With our newfound friends at Nitro and Sonic, the Fishing Association's Nitro Super Cup is going to be bigger and better. There'll be 19 regions next year and 6 one-off qualifiers, all capped at 64 entrants. So the odds of making the final are exactly the same. We have guaranteed the prize pot at a minimum of £51,000. So we are once again the largest prize in match fishing. Tickets for next year's competition are on sale now and can be purchased through our website. Good luck. Are we back over with us then, mate?
Yeah.
Or is it, yeah, I suppose it's after this, here we go, right.
2024 night, which was
Well, that's good, doesn't it?
There we are, back to base camp then,
We're
Steve.
back.
Yeah, well, let's shall I talk about that? Do you know what I mean? Shall I mean, I've just obviously put on a bit there that we recorded the other day about tickets, but is it worth mentioning a few other things about it?
Yes, mate, crack on.
Yeah, how things that we're different this year. We're because obviously we're working with Nitro now in the future.
Well, I've heard a lot of good things about them, I know. Very good.
Well, the biggest thing you need to know is I'm recommending you highly for them to get behind, mate. That's what you need to know. But what you also need to know is they're more than happy to go with that if we can sort things out. But yeah, no, with them on board next year, with that sort of backing and support, hopefully that adds an awful lot to our credibility and everything. And of course we've got loads of potential there. Next year's competition is going to be a bit different. They wanted qualifiers potentially as well, so makes sense for them to have open days, etc. So we're, Chris is in behind us again. He's starting to catch a feeling.
He's starting to put some weight together now.
Go on, Chrissy boy. Never cheered a Scouser on in my life, but it's always the first time for everything, and right, you know what I mean?
I said dark horse, so I did say.
Right, I've cheered him on before, but yeah, no, we're so next year we're up in it. We've got 25 finalists that we're going to be doing. We're having 19 regions, and we've got 2 of them, one in Holland and one in Germany, because Nitro are big in there, and they're going to push that. They're all restricted to 64 pegs this year, all the regions. So what we're going to try and do is sell them out and then organise a competition rather than be sat sweating to the last minute. We got so much to do. Here's Katie. We're live, by the way. She's come to join us.
I bet your life's a lot better than mine just went. You know how I love her alive.
Well, come and tell us about your life.
Don't even think I said goodbye, so apologies for anyone that tuned in on Facebook. It was absolutely diabolical. I got told off afterwards by Harry. Mr. Lynch.
Oh, that was good for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, good for my self-esteem.
Yeah.
Do you want to know a little bit about what's going on?
Absolutely.
Let's have an update for about the juniors then.
So about
yeah.
the juniors, they're obviously fishing on Kestrel today. At the minute, from what we've been told, we would say that you're looking at probably Harry Michaels in the lead.
Yeah, James's boy.
Then you've got Adam Stockdale.
Is James around there, by the way?
Who?
Harry's dad.
Don't know, because I didn't go on that side of the lake.
Okay. Well, I've spoken a lot
Trying to
with James over the phone and what have you, but I've never actually met him, so hopefully that will
No.
change.
You've got the Adam Stockdale, peg 13, corner peg, and Jensen Banks on the other. Adam's looking at about £31. I think Harry's probably looking at about 40.
Yeah.
Max Owen's got about 6-7 carp.
Max Owen has. Max has always got a foo, hasn't he? The old boy can fish him. He's nearly as good as you, ain't he, Logan?
And very good, very talented angler indeed.
I bet he can't fish based at 16 metres, mate.
You're going to
Not
tell
again.
us that.
Right, I'm going to go to bed. I had a sleepless night last night. What am I going to be like tonight?
No. Yeah, there's a few that have just only caught a few silvers, skimmers, but Brett Ballon is worth a mention. He's got about £24 on the clicker.
Yeah, yeah.
Jensen Banks is about 26 on the clicker.
You getting some good pictures, Darren? No doubt. Yeah, no
I think
doubt.
his pictures are spot on, actually. Dare I say it?
They are really good. Well, the ones he's took over the last few years look really good on our, I won't call it newfound angle, but it's getting there. And our website, it's all starting to look a little bit more livelier and links and what have you. It's all good, isn't it, really? It should be.
Who's
Pete Upperton is,
still?
last we heard, he's got 27 fish. Chris Weeder's
wow.
just started to catch a few though.
Yeah, so a bit of an update, yeah, because we haven't been on to partridge for a little while, yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting
It looks,
to-
yeah, 27 fish, and we're trying to figure out, they're a little bit smaller stamp than what Wayne Kearney's been having, but Wayne's owning
Well,
up to 70
Craig said
pounds.
to me he's got £70. Like
Wayne's
Wayne
owning
has.
up to 70 pounds, so he's had some bigger fish, because he's only had 8 or 9 fish. Simon seemed to think that Pete might have 75 to 100 pounds. So
it's not that, it's not a runaway train yet, as yet.
Chris Weeder, who's really close to us, on peg 21, permanent peg 37, he started catching some big lumps down his edge. So yeah, it's all happening. It's not a given.
And I'd certainly bet money that Chris could
It all changed in the last sort of few hours. So.
Yeah.
I'm guessing on a number of occasions Chris has thought, why couldn't Steve have pegged it the same as previously for 21? But I'll tell you this much now, he knows what I think of him anyway. Chris does. He's always been one of our staunch supporters, and
How's Jack doing?
good stuff.
How's Jack doing?
Well, he had 4 fish like on the rod earlier. Is he had much more than that, Jack?
Are we on? What are we on, Jack? 4, 5?
No.
Jack? How many had? How many had? 4.
Just them
yeah.
4, yeah.
Yeah, I think Skylark, 6 or 7 fish is winning the lake. So
Can't understand what's wrong with Skylark,
which
why
I
it
think's
doesn't
Ash,
compete,
isn't it?
because it does under normal circumstances. Do you know
Yeah,
what I
I
mean?
think Ash Davies is
When I
at
asked
6
Jack
or 7,
Barwick
yeah.
earlier about if
He
you
said
peg,
he couldn't,
he couldn't pick,
yeah.
he couldn't pick, and he's not a liar. He's not making it up for
No,
you
well,
know.
there were no cameras there, were there? Just you and him.
Jack, anyway, you know. I doubt if he'd know how to. I know if he was like he's like my grandson. His eyes would go away if I asked him something. He just I could read him like a book. He wouldn't know how to like that.
Was that a big one, Ryan? I didn't see it.
Who had?
Yeah, Ryan had one on. Was it a big
I
fish?
don't know.
I didn't see him land it.
yeah, so potential battle between Wayne Kearney and Pete Upperton at the minute, and then
Chris Weeder.
Chris Weeder's into another lump down his right hand
Now
edge.
thick and fast there.
So
got to be a little silverfish, I'm going to say. Either that or he's really good at getting them out quick. I thought, blimey. I thought, coupled with Logan fishing post at 16 metres and Chris getting fish out in about 10 seconds, I'm going to sell me kit. Hang on, Jack might be got. No, yeah, Jack's got one on. He's gone on the pole and pegged one. He had 4 fish reasonably quick. Just told us that's what he's got, and he's gone in down his edge on bowl, as they say up here.
He's been very patient on the rod. I've not actually seen him. He's right in front of us. I've not actually seen him on the pole. So.
I do know there's some big bets gone on today's matches. I know Anthony Stock. Anyway, he's sweating. He's had. I think he's had 10 quid on a couple of people, according to Eddie Light, and he's telling me he's having a laugh, is what Eddie's doing, like he always has, like winding people up. He's a good lad. I've just been snuck off down there, didn't have a car, we had a pint of John Smith's instead.
It's a liquid lunch.
I didn't have a car.
That does surprise me.
I know, and now I'm wishing I had, because my belly's starting to rumble a little bit.
I've missed my opportunity now.
No, yeah, we'll have a carvery before 6 o'clock. Yeah. At least we did ask Rob what time it finished at. Chris is in again though, isn't he? No, that's a better one, isn't it? He's trying. No, I don't know now.
I would say that's a bit more weighty.
He's trying to get it out quick. If that's a decent fit, well, he's just done what I said he thought he'd done anyway. He didn't hang about.
Yeah.
We're coming in thick and fast, and then catching at that speed, you'll soon catch you up.
Like I say, I know you shouldn't have favourites. I know you shouldn't, and they're all me. I like them. To be honest with you, I don't think there's anybody in this lake that I hate.
Or dislike.
Or dislike.
Strong.
Yeah, very strong
well, you know, unlike me to be like that, and controversial.
Don't mix your words.
Hey, at least I haven't sworn yet on live.
No, he's been good. He has been good.
Yeah, you might. It's been proper swearing.
Yeah, this morning
back to Pete down here.
Yeah, it was blue round here, wasn't it?
But no, if Chris was to win, that would certainly be popular with me. Like I say, he's been a staunch supporter of. Like I say, all of them. I'm more than happy for them to do well, but Chris in particular has always been a real strong supporter of what we're trying to do at the Fishing Association. It ain't gonna miss.
Well, we're getting a few guess the weights coming in. We are running a guess the weight competition today. We need to know the winning angler and the winning weight. We've got a bucket full of Bait Tech goodies that was redonated after somebody won that back into the prize pot. We've also got the Census Keep Net. Again, that was redonated back to be given as a prize, and the classic clicker we should be giving away today as well.
Oh yeah, because the bait bucket, Sean won, didn't he? And
Sean won it,
so compliments to Sean. I don't give anything away, Nelson.
Yeah. We've had Zach Brown's getting plenty of guesses in on
I'm
the
warming up now, aren't I?
Year 1 winner. Zach Brown's been getting plenty of guesses on the weight competition.
Well, I've been down there and spoke with Eddie, and I say he's really supportive. And he reckon, when it does, it looks really good down there in the lounge. Jack's in again, right?
Another one, yeah.
Oh,
at this moment now, Jack's thinking I've got it sussed. He's like, but he daren't say or think that out loud, because we all do that, and then it goes pear-shaped.
It doesn't end well, does it?
But on a corner peg to go down the edge and start to have 2 in 2 bumps.
And we're only halfway. We're only halfway through the match. So, but in a given, Pete Upperton's gone off on a flyer. But there are other anglers catching now. Wayne Kearney.
Chris has, hasn't he? Like
Chris Weir's catching. Wayne
shouldn't
Kearney's
be
catching.
cheering, should I?
Chris is in again though.
Like I say, it's difficult when somebody's really supported you, been good to you. Like you can't help it, can you? You're gonna have your reciprocate. Oh, mate, I didn't expect to see a Northerner coming up with words like that.
Give it that.
Reciprocation.
Come on.
Oh wow. Oh, there you go. 16 metres on the pace.
See, not just
reciprocated.
Not just a pretty face, eh?
No, yeah. And turns up with his blooming shooting jacket. I'm trying out, couldn't he? I've had Eddie Gregory telling me he was going to come all tweeded up and suited and booted. Hey? So how many hours are we in now? Is it start to warm up time?
We're halfway. We're 2.5 hours in. With 2.5
We're sort of in no
hours to go.
man's land, and a few fish are starting to be caught, aren't they? You know, it's yeah. Here comes the bookie himself, Rob.
You like?
Hey, yeah, we are live. Are we live still?
Yes, mate.
Yeah, we're still live, but that's all right. Don't let that stop you coming in and having a chat, mate. The man who's going to supply us with a carver, right? Don't be shy.
God, we're running out, Steve.
Well, don't say that.
Whoa.
Can we get some sandwiches for base camp?
We're saving some for you for later.
What I'll have to make do with a Trump burger. Did you enjoy your Trump burger last night, Katie?
I did. Very much so.
Yeah, you've been looking forward to that for a year, haven't you?
I've literally been talking
Proper
about
filthy
it
they
since
are,
the
aren't
last
they?
time.
Proper
What do
filthy.
you do with it?
I was saying that brisket burger's the same.
Yeah. Oh no, he's pinged it. He's pinged it.
If you
He's pinged it.
if you don't come here for the fishing, you've got to come here just with a carver in the food, because the food is spot on.
Well, the thing
Thank
is, there's a lot of southern hospitality involved with that, because Rob, of course, is from Newport Pagnell. I don't know if you realise that,
Oh.
and that obviously plays a big part in the hospitality. Yeah, the fact that he knows how to behave and just generally like reciprocate
My
things.
missus might disagree,
Big
but
word back out.
Yeah. Truth be told, I ain't got a clue what you're on about. I've just gone and looked it up like that. I don't like that.
it's not peak catching again, is it?
I went over to him for some reason. I don't know if he's just had one or just lost one. Last I heard, he'd got 27 fish, but Wayne was owning up to £70, like 2 or 3 in as well.
Okay.
Chris has started to catch a few, so it's not
Yeah,
Just
it's
10 into a
just
fish
put one
then.
back, innit?
empty. Well, Jack, he'd had 4 fish reasonably quick on the boat, and then he's gone down the edge and he's had 2 and ping one and as many chubs. So, still all to play. Hey, we've been here before, Pete's flying. Jamie Hughes at this time, first year, was home and hosed.
Yeah,
I'd have been
everyone thought
down
it
there
was
trying to
definitely, innit?
convince you that I could have a bet on him still, and then it just went pear-shaped for him, and that's the nature of fishing, isn't it? They just don't always keep coming, you know.
Yeah, so like I say, only halfway through now, and we so
Smaller fish as well at that end, you know, if he's had 27 for 70 to £100, but Wayne's had about 8 for £70, he reckons.
there you go, yeah.
I keep seeing, every time I look up there, I keep seeing a glider fly by,
Jack's
is that
catching
normal?
a few now.
Yeah,
Jack's
see a
in
few
again,
about.
isn't he, like?
He's catching a few.
Go on, Jack.
There's Phil Canning. Down on peg 10.
A few fish start to be caught all of a sudden, aren't they? Like, which follows the same course, then it can't fish and have one in the first hour. You food bites, mudfish as they call, you get them, and then it's sort of. But it's picking up earliest, really, isn't it? For 'em?
This one's beating up pen.
One thing, I've just been down at the bar. We had a pint with Eddie and that. It looks great on the screens. It's now we've got the footage, so it's looking all right, isn't it?
Yeah, it ain't too
Yeah.
bad, and everything's sorted. Here he comes in. Has he had a few, has he?
Don't know what he's. I've seen him have a couple, but I don't know to what degree. Everybody was shouting how he was in for the chance early doors, but
Didn't have a lot of action on the books with him. Not a lot of people
Really?
backed him. No, not a lot at all.
Well, we just asked Jack Gill how many fish he'd had. He said 4, and since
now it's
then I
gone
think
to 7.
since then he's put 3
7
in
and
the net,
ping
and that
one,
wasn't
like,
5
yeah.
to 10
Yeah, I
minutes
know.
ago, was it? So
Southerner, mate.
Pem's
Quality.
got his lump inlet.
He'll be on the pace at 18 metres soon. You watch.
Not gonna go.
You're never going to let that one go ever again, is it? Tell us him,
It's
mate.
it's one of the most impressive things I've ever heard of in my life, mate. Honestly, it really is. I tell you. To think the amount of excuses I make every week for not fishing long pole and then
That's a bit selfish.
pace at 16. I didn't even know it was possible.
Ain't going to take many of them to get up to 70 pounds.
My Parkinson's would click in and it'd
Oh,
be
God.
shaking
Get
it.
back.
Yeah.
Flew me like this, doing try not to face off shit back.
Oh, I hate it, mate. Like I say, I'd have banded pellet on and glue it. Minimum amount of effort. Laziest fisherman going. Don't want to have to. Oh.
Oh, I can see you, Mike.
Them guesses coming in. Yeah, we're in the background there as well.
That's a good line up when they film us over there and it cut through Jack there across. See us in here, kicking a nose. No, I think that's a great shot. That is across the. Like, apart from that big tall bloke in green, like, that's somewhat ruined in the shot. Oh, God, somebody's caught me. No, we just gone back to That glider's just gone round. It's like
Going round the circle.
every time I look, it's almost like Groundhog Day. The glider flies past.
There's a gliding club, 7 mile, 8 mile, up Sutton Bank.
Oh right.
They take off top of Sutton Bank, and by the looks of things, he's coming down in the middle of the lake.
Andy Power's on there, and he's got one on bowl.
Go on, Andy.
Don't say that.
On
Bowl.
bowl.
On bowl. Go on caster.
Honestly, I don't hate Northerners at all.
Cool.
I know I should, but I honestly don't. I'm going to get limbs, then. Trouble is, I'm wound up because I've been down the bar talking to Belly, and I like, you know what I mean? So I'm proper into the wind up home.
Everyone's having it now.
We're giving out but abuse since I walked. All of them. I walked in, and it was like, so they proper wound me up now, haven't they? Oh, look, Andy's lost that.
Ah, come on, Andy.
He looks disgusted, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Or am I just judging how I would
That's
look?
a lovely shot.
It's a great shot down the bank. I don't care what anybody says. Having them lined up down the middle here is a good thing. It's not, you know, variety's a spice of life, but I think it's great that they're all sat on top of each other in a sort of a cauldron. I think the venue's great, you know what I mean? Get it all fixed up and that. It's sort of like a stadium. It's
This has worked quite well, this down here, isn't it?
yeah, I think so.
Luke Bamford there, we haven't seen a lot of action from him today. I don't know whether the cameras have just missed it.
Where what Peg's Luke on?
He's on peg 15, Partridge, so
Oh, it's on this side, right? Yeah.
he's into fish. We've just lost the gazebo.
On the right.
Oh dear.
Who's lost the gazebo?
Yours.
Is it
Camera
just blown
gazebo's just blown over.
Never.
Oh, right. Good job that ain't on camera.
Didn't tie that one down very well.
Jack's in
Did you
again,
want
isn't
holes
he?
in that
Don't
gazebo,
think they-
Katie?
Jack's in again down the edge. At this moment in time, he's getting quite excited.
Well,
Ryan's in.
we're on the camera that was under
Double
the
up.
gazebo that just flew away. So
Ryan's in up nod.
Simon is like a statue. He will not
Right,
move
right, it's a
from that
bottom
camera.
right.
Yeah.
He is on the case.
So I've
Jack Gill's in again, emptying it down this left.
I'd like to think so, mate. I'd
I think
like to
both of
think
these two are
so.
in there, isn't they?
I might be a bit of a dreamer at times, mate, but I swear to God, like when as soon as we finish here and at Jansen's, I'm doing my best to make. We should be out there doing this. We should be
We're
pushing
sticking
it
with,
full-time job.
sticking with Luke Bamford at the minute, but I can tell you Ryan Lidgard on peg 2's just put a good fish in the net.
There's plenty to do
Jack
out
Gill on
today.
peg
let's
1,
put it
he's
that
back
way.
into another
It's
fish.
not like an end. It's not a destination, is it?
Slow and steady wins the race. Isn't it?
Can't be too slow. I'm 60. Remember saying to her nan, like, yeah, Ben, just be patient, be patient. She looked at me and said, Stephen, she said, I'm 84, I can't afford to. And I thought, that's a fair point, actually. Mugging your nan off for telling her to be patient. I'm 84, and it was so right, isn't it? Yeah. Can't afford to be. And what she was doing for was for my own good anyway, so,
It's just got another
They
one.
always do, though, don't they?
yeah.
You just don't always see it.
No,
It's all happening.
here she is.
Jack wants to do an interview.
Yeah, come on, Jack. Yeah. Judging by the look he just gave you. Yeah.
Well,
You don't really.
Jack Gill's not giving up. He's
Jack-
just had 5 in 5 puttings. So
Yeah. Did he just get that one out?
yeah.
Started catching down this end now.
Yeah. He had 4, and then nothing. He's gone straight down the edge here long, and he's like, what's like 5? It went 5 in 5 puttings and done one. Big one.
Ryan Lidgard just to his right is catching as well. So
Look at Keith. You got a new friend, Mike. Look.
make sure I don't step on him.
He was, yeah, he has, but he's a bit quiet the last few minutes. He was having a few. Like it's certainly happening. Like.
Luke's just netted that one. Looks like he's on the pellet whack. So
Who's on the pellet waggler?
Luke Bamford.
Oh, Luke, yeah. Is that the same one he had a minute ago?
It is. Took a little while to get that in.
Big fish shark.
It is, isn't it? That's a unit, isn't it? Fish is a fair size and all. without me. Survive.
Few guesses coming in. Paul Blakely, Pete Upton, peg 11, 184
He can't guess. He can't guess. He's already walking away
already,
with a rod.
he's watching on the farm bank. He's had the rod earlier on the day from a different. He
just,
can guess if he wants to.
That's just pure
Mark
greed. That
Stansill
is.
says Pete Upton, 223 pounds. Daniel Thane says
Slow
Jack
down.
Gill, 210. Martin
Good.
Kay says Weeder,
Yeah.
235
But is
pounds.
it because I don't think it's because we walked along it. I don't think it matters. I really don't. But there's been a little bit of traffic since then, hasn't there?
Not for Chris.
Yeah, but you know, you can always read into something. That you can. Funny how it goes through spells, doesn't it? Like boom, 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 everybody, and then
We'll stick with us for a few more minutes and then we'll have an update from Simon on Partridge. Now that they've recovered,
Yeah, now they've retrieved the gazebo.
nearly went in the Spessy Lake.
So we reckon it's pretty close up the top at the minute then?
It's starting to close up a bit, I think, but we haven't been watching Pete Upperton, so when we cut across to Simon, I'm sure he'll update us on what Pete's caught. But yeah, we've now got Jack Gill catching off pig 1, Wayne Kearney's owning up to over £70, Chris Weeder's catching on pig 21. So,
yeah, well, Jack's got just done £30, hasn't he, in 5 footage virtually. Got to have done, hasn't he?
well, if he keeps going like that, he'll catch up quick.
4 fish before that, 24, you know what I mean? Suddenly he's gone from to just under £70 like in the running, hasn't he?
Chance, isn't it?
And
Yeah,
right in there, just putting a fish in the net.
I'd be fancying it. But then again, he could go in the next hour and have nothing.
You can't write them off. Last year's champion. £20,000 up for grabs
Yeah,
today.
he's just landed one, hasn't he, as well?
Yeah.
Well, 1 or 2 people, I know Ross Pickles fancied him at the start. Although, that's probably something you don't want to talk about. That's just a northern thing again.
Yeah.
A Tinder thing. Jack looking at me in absolute disgust. Is he in again, Jack? Yep.
We can get one above there.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Yeah, it's never kicked off previous years, has it? But it's a good peg, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Craig's here for a kit.
Would you have minded drawing it, Jack?
Is down the corner. I've started another line forward.
Right, so you
I'm 33 now.
back with us now on Partridge. Just to bring you a bit of an update. The man that we all know is we're slaying him at the minute, and he's catching well down the bottom end, peg 11, Pete Upperton. He just got snarled up and he had a smash up with one of his rigs, and he's then gone out long pole, but it was a different rig. We could tell that because of the elastic, see different colour elastic, and it was the first time I'd seen him with a pole pot, a toss pot on the end of the pole. But he's now, I'm sure, we've just lost track of him a little bit because it's been a little bit busy down to the left hand side, down the bottom end of the lake in the high numbers. He's now catching short, so he's more or less given up, yeah, and they're good fish as well. I'm not going to pan around too quick because, like I say, the distance in between the guys at the right and the guys at the left that are catching is quite a lot, and I don't want to, I've said it time again, I don't want to make you guys travel sick, but yeah, Pete Upperton has just bagged another one, and that we put him now. I don't know whether I should be telling you this because you're all on the guess the weight competition, of which the details of which, and well, there are actually. I've had an update on the prizes from Mike, and he's told me what are available, so I'll fill you in on that in a second. But now Pete Upperton is he's up to 34 fish. Moving along track, Jack Grundy to Pete's right. He's actually put a few fish in the net, not massively, but he's catching 1 or 2. He's out on the long pole. He's moved up to 8 fish. Moving along the bank, we've got Dan Hardy on 13. He's now looking down his right margin. not quite by the looks of it, probably halfway in between him and the next platform. But he's now having a look down his margin. Next door we've got Les Marshall, and he's getting ready to net a fish as we speak. Yeah, he's taking his time with it, just taking his time with it. But Les he's not had a great day, to be honest, and it's been a bit barren in the middle of the lake, been hard work in the middle of the lake. I'm going to keep the camera where I am at the minute because I don't want to go past Lewis Jennings on 16, because he's doing what we all need to do from time to time. He's off his box and he's giving himself a relief service, we'll say. And right in front of us, just here on the surface, there's a carp with his back out. Doesn't want nothing to do with this, but it looks, I think it was a carp. Yeah, but Les at the minute on 14. Les he's actually playing a fish on the pole at the minute. I'm getting ready to net it now, but he's, like I say, he's not quite at the races, to be fair to him. Middle of the lake. Move along. The middle of the lake, they're all more or less. Luke Bamford's got 1 fish still. Lewis Jennings on 3. Andy Nelson on 17. He's sort of on 3 as well, which is not fantastic. We've seen him a couple of times out on long pole, lift the pole and shake a little silverfish off, because these guys know that is not going to do the damage today. That's not going to be the way to go forward. Move along to Pem on 18. He's picked up a few fish. He's started feeding it heavy, short pole maggot. He hasn't had a look at it yet. Every now and again he'll just handful of maggots, in they go, just off to his left 2 keep nets, and he's just lifting and dropping there. He's in shot, you should be able to see him. Yeah, well, Pem's now moved up to 7 fish. There goes another few maggots. He probably heard me, and I probably called that one. But yeah, then moving further along, John Harvey is actually on 9 fish. So towards that end, John Harvey, Wayne Kearney and Chris Weeder, they're on 9 fish. Wayne Kearney 10, Chris Weeder 9. Now I popped round to the main, in between the last broadcast and this one, I popped round to the main tent, and Wayne Kearney was admitting to Craig Kent that he'd got probably about £80. So it's not all over. It is not all over, but like I say, all depending on the stamp of fish. Wayne Kearney's had some big fish, but quantity wise, down at the other end, Pete Upperton has had, like I say, he's in the 30s now. As I say, that next to him, peg 12, has just hit into another fish, which is Jack Grundy. So that's going to put him on 8 and 9. So things are, we'll say, hotting up. I think 19, 20 and 21, it just looks to me like the fish that are down that end, they just seem to be sharing the fish. Although in between 19 and 20 there is a spare peg, but they just seem to be sharing the fish down that end. But Pete Upperton at the top end, he's been catching steady all the way through, and yeah, as we speak, Jack Grundy on 12 has just landed another fish, so that now puts him up. That now puts him up to 9 fish. 9 fish, right? Yeah. So I'll give you a quick update, because you all want to have a go at guess the weight. I'm hoping you do. So get your guesses into Mike. As you know the score, you know the drill. Right, so guess the weight for today. There are some decent prizes to be had. There's some census nets, a bait tech bucket full of goodies, and the usual clicker. So there's 3 things there to go at. So you know, one guess, I presume from Mike, one guess will take the whole lot, but because obviously you can't have 3 people, or can you? I'm sure Mike will update us, you know, in the comments, who gets what, and who gets what and what prizes to be had. I'm just watching, just watching Luke Bamford, and he's had a couple of chucks on the waggler, and it just looks like he's fishing about 18 inches deep. He did foul up a 3 to 4 pounder probably about 5 or 10 minutes ago. So I think he just landed on its back, and it swam away and he struck into it. Yeah, at the minute, guys, it's Pete Upperton down at the other end, and as I say that, he's now struck into another fish and he's now hauling back. So that's going to be 35 fish. Yeah, so he's shipping back right-handed. His left hand goes straight into the bait bucket. It'll be maggot short. I think it'll be maggot short. 2 handfuls of maggots, carry on shipping and land the fish that he's playing. Yeah, so what we'll do is we'll head now across to the guys over on Skylark and let them fill you in, let them give you some detail on what's happening over there. I can see them crossing the trees, they've got the shorts on and the suntan oil out. We're sat across here in the shade and the cold. But yeah, we'll head over there now and they'll fill you in on what's happening on that lake, and I'll touch base with you guys later.
$35 fish now for Pete Upton.
No. We can pack up now and fuck off home. You'd have thought, wouldn't you?
Right, welcome back to Skylark. We're focusing on Jack Gill at the minute on peg 1. He's had a lovely little run of fish now. He's on 10 fish, and I think he's probably he just started fishing long pole down the margin, and literally as soon as he went in there it's been one a chuck basically. I think he's had 6 in 6 puttings, so Jack's really making the move on this lake. He's stretched at least a 4 fish lead, hasn't he? Ash Davies has got 6 on peg 6, but as we speak at this particular moment no one's catching hardly anything at all. Like we say, Jack Gill certainly seems to be getting that margin going, and he's in again literally as we speak. Yeah, so Jack's doing the business down his long edge, and stretching a bit of a lead. I think the only thing he's upset with is he's in a section with mostly people on partridge and not on Skylark, but although actually I think I just heard a bit of the commentary saying that Chris Weeder and Wayne Kearney, which I think are on them end pegs, which would be 21 and 20 and 19, something like that, have probably only got 9 or 10 fish as well, so he's probably actually
He's keeping up with them.
yeah, he's in a race with them, that is for sure. There's a food.
Saying that, would he be in, if it's the end pegs, would he be in with, because there's 3 sections, would he actually be in with the end pegs and the end
Oh, he
pegs on
might
the
be
next
actually,
day?
yeah. But that's 1 in the net, so that's 11 now for Jack. Yeah, so he's in a section with I think all the end pegs, isn't he? So unfortunately for him, he'll be in a section with Pete Upton as well.
Yeah. From what we've been told, Pete Upton's running away
Would
with it.
Would he win the section by default if Pete wins the match?
Maybe. Yes,
Yeah?
maybe.
Yeah?
Maybe, because there's all sections are all to play for. It's
Yeah.
£1,500 for the section,
Yeah.
and yeah.
So he might have it by default if it looks as it looks, as if
I
Pete's.
don't know about Dan. Would Dan be in with the end pegs as well as?
What is
or would
he?
be,
What peg number is Dan? Do you know?
I don't know.
No.
I know Dan's on 13, so
Yeah.
I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't think he would be. I think Dan will be on a section.
No,
in
because
the
11 and 12. Yeah, it's probably only 11 and 12 on partridge in that section.
No, but I'd imagine Jack at the moment, he is going to be fishing for his section, and he's looking good at the moment. It's come good for him the last little while.
he's certainly going to win the lake, although there's no prizes for winning your lake, but or he's winning the lake at the moment.
It's just been really moody today, isn't it? You know what I
Really,
mean?
yeah. Well, the sun keeps coming out, going back in again. 1 minute it's really bright, next minute it's really dull. But everyone else is really struggling. Is peg 3 in? No. I thought he might have been in now. Like I say, I would move the camera to focus on someone else, but no one else is catching. I'll run through them, I suppose. On peg 1, Jack Gill, he's got 10 fish. Ryan Lidgard on peg 2 has got 4 fish. Peg 3, Lewis Misford has got 4 fish. Sam Brown on peg 4 has got 1 fish. Andy Power on peg 5 has got 2 fish, but he's lost 2 or 3 fish now, hasn't he, Andy Power?
Yeah,
Ash Davis on peg 6 has got 6 fish. Charlie Law on peg 7 has got 4 fish. Aaron Saint Romain has got 5 fish on peg 8. Peg 9, Richard Drage has got 1 fish, and peg 10, Philip Canning has got 5 fish. And we've just been joined by the main man, who claims he hasn't had a carvery, but he's got it all down. He's got gravy all down his shirt.
We're not live, are we?
Yeah, we're live. Yeah.
Oh, good. Like, because I nearly swore for the first time. Well, I was just about. You set me up there, didn't you?
Oh, I did.
I don't believe
You
you
were
haven't had
stitching.
a carvery,
I haven't had a carvery.
don't
He was
believe
stitching.
it.
I swear to God, I've had a pint of John Smith's though.
Yeah.
Why did you call me? I'd have joined you.
Yeah, I've been down there and had one with Eddie. Like, it finishes at 6 o'clock, so.
What, the
I tell you
carvery?
what, it's so much warmer here than anywhere else.
Is
I mean,
it? It's been really warm
I
here.
told you this the other day, didn't I? I sat on Skylark Bank. It always seems.
So it looks like Pete Upton's running away with it at the moment, is he?
Sort of, yeah. But well, Jack's starting to have a few,
Yeah,
hasn't he?
yeah.
Yeah,
Chris Weed
what sort
did
of-
start to, but Wayne Kearney was owning up to £70, but a few.
I think Pete will have to stop catching or slow down for anyone to catch
How
him
many
up.
fish has
Yeah.
Dan got? We got told 13 he's got.
Who?
So,
Dan.
Dan, yeah,
Yeah.
I just got told 13, yeah. Which if they're all £50,
well, that could be close to £100, couldn't it?
it could easily, couldn't it, if they were £8 a throw?
Yeah.
You know, we suspect Pete's fishing. Let's put it this way: if Pete's fishing the same size as everybody else is, it's you'd think it was over, wouldn't you? But you know,
How do the sections actually run, Steve? I know we've got the end pegs, haven't we?
we're live still, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. I'll
Yeah.
talk as if yeah.
Yeah.
So basically speaking, I've put all the corner pegs in together, so all 4 corner pegs, and then you've got the 3 ones just off of the corner, either 2 on partridge and peg 9 and 10 on partridge. We've only on Skylark with peg 1, so 7 pegs, 4 corner pegs and 3 pegs inside of that, other than peg 2.
Yeah.
And then that leaves you with 7 pegs on Skylark for the other section and 7 pegs on partridge for the other section.
Yeah. So
All
one
paying
section.
£1,500 each.
Yeah.
Because that's still all to play for, though. Do you know what I mean? That 1,500 quid's not to really be sniffed at, is it?
No, I mean
I'd like
on
the day's fishing to be
on the
running out.
seven-
I'd like to not have to pay it out.
on the 7 peg section on this main lake, you've got peg 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Well, let me tell you, Diane's this much while we're live. I've been down the bar while I had a pipe of Eddie Gregory, and just to point out that Ant Stock's got a massive bet on, like £10 on a couple of people, like, and he's mithering him at everybody about it. I've just been told to say that, like by Eddie. But the coverage down on the bar, and now it's all sorted out, is really good.
That was a really rocky start, weren't it? But it's
I can
holding.
only think it was that lead, mate. I can only, you know what I mean?
Well-
I don't think that coming down to 720 has been the answer, because we haven't dropped a single frame since then, and we changed the lead at the same time. But anyway, we shouldn't necessarily be talking tech. But it looks really good down there. The stuff that Mike's done, the coverage, the night, and all that, it's you know, worth watching.
Well, I do apologise. I took my eye off the ball for a minute, and Charlie Law has just landed a fish. So that puts him on 5 fish now, Charlie. yeah, like I say, I do apologise. I was chatting away to Steve and completely forgot to move the camera.
So Jack had 7 fish in almost as many puttings, didn't he? Going
Virtually,
down there?
yeah.
He's done well.
He'd got 4, the 4 that we see him catch at the start, but then
We've got him down at his 11 fish now.
yeah, it's either 11 or 12, but yeah, he's gone down there and he had 7 and Ping one in. It's whether they keep coming, because Pete's just caught steady the whole day, isn't he? Really, he's.
So as they've sorted the feed out down at the bar, and they've got a good reception, have they, for us?
It works fine now.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think we've dropped a frame looking at the screen since we went down to 720. But I can't believe it was that. Mike had changed the lead earlier on the Ethernet, and because the one looked dodgy, and we swapped that at the same time, and it could sort of. The Starlink was performing the same as it had. It was giving me the. I cannot see that it was that.
No.
You know. So but of course we haven't got. You have to change it back up to go to 1080.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we've dropped a frame since, so no.
And it's been good watching.
Yeah,
mate,
hopefully
you know?
the viewers are enjoying the coverage now. There's plenty of guesses coming
There's plenty
in.
of fish down here though, aren't there? They're moving down this edge here, aren't they? There's plenty of fish.
Look, they've all been fizzing down here all day. You can see them all. I'm surprised more of them haven't tripped over, to be fair.
Yeah, especially not catching much, eh?
Yeah.
What would have been ideal if they hadn't dropped one on one of your heads, that would have been worth watching, wouldn't it?
There'd have been tears.
Right, let's have a quick
There'd have definitely been tears.
scan around a few anglers, shall we? We got Sam Brown on peg 4. He's going down his edge now. He's been really struggling all day, poor old Sam. He's only got 1 fish.
He's got a few roach, I think, as well, but
Yeah. We got
Andy Power next to him.
Andy Power. No, Andy Power has been mainly losing fish, to be honest. Is on peg 5, scratching his head, not sure what to do.
Amazing, really, and yet the other week we saw Jack Barwick hurts the opposite him here, didn't we? Like, chuck it in the middle of the lake on the method, and it kept going round, like, you know.
And then we've got Ash Davis on peg 6. He's got 6 fish, so he's caught almost as much as anyone, really. Yeah, he's second to Jack Gill on this lake.
And in a different section, I might add.
Yeah, but like I say, no one else is catching at the moment.
so the section on here will go from
Very few fish being
Will it
caught.
go
Peg
from
2,
there
3,
to
4,
there?
5, 6, 7 and 8.
2, 3, 4. So at the moment, that section looks as though it's being won by Ash Davis at
Yeah.
the moment. Dependent on size
Of fish, like,
Yeah.
yeah.
So it's anybody's, isn't it?
I can't. When I spoke to Jack earlier, I said if you ran a dozen or so matches on Skylark and Partridge, how many would be won off of it? He said he didn't know, like, you know what I mean? But 3 years now we've come and it just doesn't seem to perform for some reason. And you'd have thought it'd be better, wouldn't you? Because, or is it because there's more activity on that bank and it pushes the fish closer? Is that a possibility? Whereas they seem to sit off here and be sat over here, out the way. Oh, well, you know, if I'd be inclined to sit on the straight lead or something most of the day, set my stall out.
Set your stall out, but
Yeah.
it's one of them methods. I think you've got to do it. You've got to set it out, and you've got to do it. And it's like you're not gonna come off of it.
It's one of them methods, isn't it, where
And
you
you'll
say,
get a
I
good
wished I'd
hour.
have stuck with. Yeah, that's
You'll
right.
get a good hour, and then you'll get lows, and then another good hour.
We know there's fish out here, don't we? Because
Yeah.
we just see one leap out about 9 or 10 pound, don't we? And well, I can see them. It was a similar last year with Tom and them. There seemed to be plenty of fish on the 3/4 line.
Yeah.
You know, that's where they seem to want to be. But let's be honest, how many people are we actually seeing chuck there?
Not many.
Not many.
I mean, we had peg 4, 3 and 2 chucking right over. They were plopping right down our margin, but only 1 fish caught.
Look,
which
look at
yeah,
these fish
I know.
on that 3/4.
It's all-
It was like it last year.
It's almost like it's on the 11, 13 metre line if you were fishing a pole this side,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, it
All
is.
you've got to do is chuck a straight lead with a 2-foot tail with a pink wafter.
Now. You mean a floating bait, Dave? Is that what you're trying to say? Yeah, you're having a pop at people, are you? Yeah. You're not trying to imply half the nation are cheating at fishing, are you?
That was a tiny little roach or something for.
Yeah, see on that line again.
For Ash Davis.
Look to my right and my left along here, and it was the same as it was last year. There's fish
we've
on
had
that
lots
line.
of fish on this boat,
Yeah.
mate.
I bet you're pulling your hair out, aren't you?
No, I ain't got nowhere left.
Not much, right. You're a bit itching, aren't you? You're absolutely itching. It seems solid for fish, doesn't it? It was just the same last year, I swear to God. And Tom was over roughly where we're talking, weren't he? And he chucked a lead, and he did have a few fish.
I think peg 10.
And only being half the angler you are, like,
Yeah, right.
I think Phil Cannon on peg 10's into a fish. You'd have thought that'd have fished a bit better, wouldn't you? That end peg up there, but
We might have missed a few with Phil, to be honest with you, because
he's a long
you
way
struggle
away,
to
but-
see him by eye, even though the camera can pick him up pretty well. How long have we got for the junior match?
it finishes at 4, doesn't it? So we're into the last hour for the juniors. I'm not sure whether Phil has got a fish on or not. If he has, it's hanging on. Let me have a look. Yep, he's definitely got a fish
Yeah,
on.
he's
Yeah,
netting it now.
Is that Phil?
yeah, he's
Yeah.
leaning back into it. Let's see what sort of size fish it is. Well, it's going. Yes, for sure.
Every time I look up along there on that 3 parts line, there's some sort of movement or something there, isn't there?
Yeah.
No one's fishing it though. They're either fishing the middle or tight over here. No one's fishing that little 3/4.
I said exactly the same last year. I said to you, Nate, before we started. I said, the trouble is, that's the thing, isn't it? You get to see things, and I can't blame them for not listening to me. Hey.
Well, that's either a monstrous fish Phil's got on or it's foul hooked. It's taking him all over the
Or
place.
both.
Yeah, big foul hooked fish.
Yeah.
And Jack ain't had one for a few minutes, has he? Oh
No.
yeah, that is a big fish. I can hardly fit in the net.
Yeah, I can see the tail coming over
Christ.
the edge on it.
Yeah,
That's a big
that's a
fish.
double figure fish. That is.
Is it a double? No, there's just one of them. But really quiet. I say, I come down here last year and Skylark was again a fish furled there at 30. You know what I mean? It's small, and again, all those fish are on that line, aren't they?
Yeah. They've been there since the start, Steve.
Yeah.
Right, well, while we've got a lull in the action, I think we'll probably hand back over to Mike. Get an overview of how things are going.
So what's the dream, Nate? Come in next year and batter it off a peg 4 or 5.
I'll do it off, yeah, I'll do it off the middle of the lake.
We're still live, remember?
Next year's competition is changing exponentially. With our newfound friends at Nitro and Sonic, the Fishing Association's Nitro Super Cup is going to be bigger and better. There'll be 19 regions next year and 6 one-off qualifiers, all capped at 64 entrants. So the odds of making the final are exactly the same. We have guaranteed the prize pot at a minimum of £51,000. So we are once again the largest prize in match fishing. Tickets for next year's competition are on sale now and can be purchased through our website. Good luck.
Well, welcome back to base, where you can see we've been joined by none other than Craig and Jack. So, still a few fish coming out in front of us. Wayne Kearney's just had a couple, only lads.
Yeah.
And,
We've about £90 at the minute. Weeder's just lost.
Chris Weeder's had one and lost one in front of us just now.
He's lost 3 the last 5 minutes.
Has he? So he's got fish in front of him.
Skylark peg one's had a few now. He's probably had 13, 14 carp on him.
Yeah, Jack Gill's got a number of fish in the net quite quickly, hasn't he? And just got a bit quiet again now, though. Slight lull in the action. We've still got just under 2 hours to go. The juniors match will finish at 4, but the seniors match will finish at 5. I'll try and update you on the juniors match when we get the results in. I think Katie's been doing some Facebook lives. She's been round there. Still all to play for here. Pete Upperton's catching well into the 30s now on his fish count. Different stamp to Wayne, who's had some bigger fish at this end of the lake. Not a lot happening in the middles, is there, for some strange reason? And you'd have fancied them today, looking at it this morning, wouldn't you?
Especially if the weather's been quite consistently warm the last couple of days, so
yeah,
I thought the middles would have fished a bit better.
We never can predict these things.
I think Pem's had a few.
Yeah, Pem's nearly, I think he's had 9 fish now. We'll get a proper update when we cut across to Simon on partridge. So he's getting close to double figures. So Chris Weeder and Wayne Kearney in the corner here, they've both had 9 or 10 fish, haven't they? Wayne maybe 1 or 2 more.
Yeah.
I've not seen John Harvey catching for a little while actually.
Slowed down for John.
Yeah. Pem's still getting the odd fish. Still plenty of time for things to turn around.
Yeah. Especially with them big fish.
Yeah, like I say, Jack Gill's gone in and had 7 fish and 7 puttings, and they're not little ones. So you get a run of fish like that in the last hour, and
He just lost 3 for almost 31.
yeah, I'm sure
Yeah, he's lost 3 there.
Chris Weeder, he's going to figure this out and he's going to start putting them in the net, isn't he? So never in doubt. There's fish there in front of him. What do you reckon, Logan?
I still fancy Chris to take at the start.
You still fancy him to come on strong at the end?
Yeah, they've all cut the big fish, aren't they? They take minutes to catch up. Like you say, you can do 10 for £100 and you catch up in no time with that.
Yeah.
You don't mess around either, it lands them pretty quick.
Well, we've always had a strong finish at every final here at Woodlands, haven't we? So someone's going to put it together.
Never write any of them off for that good.
No.
Definitely slowed down again though, hasn't it?
Yeah, we're just hitting that lull again, haven't we? So,
like you said, well, when it's like this, it only takes someone to get a run of fish to pull them back into it, doesn't it?
He's got one there.
Jack's got another one there. Yeah, Jack. And again, if he keeps nicking these bites and then putting little runs together, he's going to be one to be reckoned with. Good stamp of fish right next to Jack Gill, so we can see what's going on there. able to see Jack put that one in the net. A good stamp fish there for Jack. 5 or 6 pounds. Where's Marshall? Not seen much from him today.
I was wondering why he did that. We'll just put your tray over it. Fishing quick, right?
Fishing peg 14 and partridge.
Mad how fast I come into it then.
On the peg 24.
Saying that there, I was just looked on it.
So when they cut across the Simon, they
Yeah,
update us with all the numbers.
Never mind.
The Sweeder is just underneath this is into another fish, and that's gone in the net. So that sounds like a proper lump. Can't see it.
That's 6-7 pound.
So you know he's going to figure it out. He's lost a few, but you know he's going to figure it out.
Jack, do you want to sit there when they cast that method? You want to see it just swirl and chucked in about 3 swirls or something.
I think.
It's fizzing and all, isn't it?
It's Wayne Kearney I'm looking at, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wayne just chucking the method short.
See, another one just moved then.
Yeah, there.
They're definitely eating, fizzing.
And you see Penn putting one in the net there. Looks like I said we haven't seen much from John Harvey. He's into a fish too. Camera just looking down partridge there. Going to see a number of anglers catching. We just said there was a lull and it's picked up again. Ivan Allison just saying fill them nets, Jack. He's trying his best. Trying to just pan the fish there. Looks like we've got Sam Brown into a fish there.
Jack's into another.
Jack straight into another fish.
Caught that
So
one
you
there
get a little quiet spell and then you just get these runs. He's going to put a good weight together if he keeps going. John Harvey managed to get his in the net. Over down on partridge. See the peg number there?
That's a good fish shot.
There's a lump. Sam Brown just netting his. So that's all big fish coming out now.
That's a big fish, John Harvey's with that.
So don't take many of these fish to make a difference. I think the lad's just panning round onto Jack again, so we should just be able to see him net his. Got Pete Upperton catching again now on partridge. Come back to him in a second. Interesting to see what we can get an update on the stamp of fish that Pete Upperton's catching. It's John fishing his edge now? John Harvey.
I don't know where he
He's
caught
just
it.
feeding it, or is he fishing it?
Can't quite see him.
Like I say, still plenty of time to go. We've got an hour and a half. We won't finish till 5 o'clock. We'll get the results from the junior matches. We'll update you on their results. They're going to be keen as mustard to get over and see the weigh-in on these two lakes, because they've got a pairs competition with their senior angler here. So it's proper fizzing over Wayne Kearney's short field line, isn't it? It looks like a bubble bath.
And Chuck's feeding all you see is a small fish.
Wayne's into another fish. I can see his rod bent round. Jack's got his in the net. Starting to happen everywhere now. His last hour and a half is going to be nuts. Got Jack Grundy there on peg 12. Haven't seen much of Jack. Whether the camera's just not quite got to him at the right moments. Fair size fish for him. You can see what the stamp of fish is like. There we go for Lewis Smithson. Again, ain't seen much. These middle pegs now are starting to come alive. Moaned them on, haven't I? I've moaned them on for all the anglers.
They must have done. They'll just switch on.
There's stuff happening everywhere now.
It's a big fish now.
That was Jack Grundy's just going in the net. Everyone's watching eagle-eyed. Upperton there on peg 11. He's in again. We'll catch up with how many fish he's had. I should think it's into the 40s if he hasn't slowed down. Interesting to see what stamped fish he's had. Hopefully we'll get a good look at this one. People are suggesting that the fish are a bit of a smaller stamp that end and the bigger ones potentially this end, aren't they? But
I think he's already got enough. He's got red leggy on there, so he's fishing short now.
I think he was. I think he dropped short. Yeah, last time we cut to Simon and he said he started catching short, so it's going to be a good sign for him, isn't it? With an hour and a half to go. Craig suggested that it probably have an average stamp of around £4 down there, so 40 odd fish is £160, isn't it? So, and he's still got a long way to go. He's getting into some of them bigger fish as well.
Looks like red eyes or that and all.
It does, doesn't it?
That, what's that rated, 18 to 20?
It could be the hybrid stuff.
And 4 pounders are the ones with fight here. The big ones,
The big ones.
Then 4 to 7 pound
He's
coming.
proper leaning into that fish.
Or the pull like foot. No top cut up, giving it.
It's giving him the run around.
Fucking is.
That ain't £4.
Bet it's a £6 fish. 6, 7 pounds.
So he is getting into a good stamp of fish down there. Well, if that's the case, he could be on for a silly weight today, couldn't he?
It's a long fish, that.
Sam Brown in again.
I don't know.
Last time we were updated on Skylark, he'd only had 1 or 2. We've just seen him put 2 in 10 minutes, haven't we? So,
No. £5, £6 off.
coming from everywhere. Sorry, that's not the Upperton at all.
Like a jacuzzi where he's chucking that feeder.
18. Update on Daniel Hardy. I'm not sure, but we have got spotters opposite, and when we cross over to them shortly, yeah, I've no doubt he'll tell us who's had what. Keep them weights coming in.
Is he in again up feeder?
Wayne Kearney's in again. I ain't taken long to go round.
If I could jacuzzi it, right?
He's definitely got them going in front of him. There's a fish on top in front of Chris Weeder as well.
You're definitely having a chew there, it's proper fizzing up. He literally just landed one about a minute ago, I know.
Yeah, that went straight round. That didn't take long, did it?
Just nailed it round.
Yeah.
When the fizzing like that, of course, on
It's a big fish, whether it's catching or not.
I think a camera on Partridge is just zooming in on Wayne, so we'll cut to him shortly. You can see his rod tip just in the... Wayne Kearney there. He's having a right run of it now. We'll get a proper little update shortly.
He's catching quick in, mate.
To win. Wayne?
Yeah, very.
Yeah.
Literally, as soon as he's chucking it out, he's literally just flying around.
Big fish for Wayne Kearney now.
That didn't take long at all, that like.
No.
So he fires pellets and it just fizzes shut.
He's sat on peg 20, permanent peg number 36. Craig's just popped over to see how he's getting on. Try and get a proper update shortly. Corner pegs in front of us now. Jack and Chris have gone quiet again. You know that little run is just round the corner.
Jack and Pete, so do you ain't bag what fish he's caught?
Possibly. Well, not with an hour to go on now.
What did he have fish wise? Do you know?
Who's that, sorry?
Pete.
Well, last time we was on with Simon on Partridge, he'd had 35 fish. He must be into the 40s now.
It must be close to 50.
And he's had some bigger fish because we've just
Yeah,
seen one
will.
6 or 7 pound go in the net, haven't we? So
Chris
there you
is-
go. I've
Chris
just seen
is-
Chris in catching and he's just hooked one.
The rock up down there and the big
He's
squid
going to
Yeah.
have a good hour to
catch up, yeah.
but it is possible to do it.
What's biggest the hooks in there?
He ain't messed about with that one. That's gone straight in the net, Chris Weeder.
Proper fish.
Someone had one during the 21 or 21.
Proper fish.
They just come in as soon as you hook them, they just pop up the reds. Just going for them, some little ones.
Just pull like that down and just fly like that. Go what you're saying, big ones just nice steady plodding, get the reds up. Little ones just fiddle around everywhere, don't they?
So we just see, just out the corner of my eye, we see Pete Upperton put another one in the net. But that's Jack Grundy to his left on peg 12. He's
Scores on the board now,
Scores. Weed is starting to put a few in.
fish coming out everywhere now.
Kearney's having a good run on the feeder. Probably be similar between them to us.
Don't forget, you can get your tickets for next year's competition now. They're on sale now. Check out the website, that's been updated. As Steve was telling you earlier, there's been a slight change to the regions and we've added 6 qualifiers to next year's competition, which has enabled us to
And a
go...
region in Holland and a region in Germany.
Yes, so check them out. A region in Holland and a region in Germany.
Berliner.
So there will be a guaranteed prize pot next year of a minimum of 51,000. If we sell every ticket, the prize pot would be about 92,000. The regions will be capped, and once they're sold, they've sold. There will be no extra rounds.
So what? They ain't caught an awful lot since I've been over there. What are these like caught on carp?
Chris has had a couple. He's striking into fish. Wayne Kearney's had a quick run
On feeder, yeah.
on the feeder. Yeah, look, Logan's watching. That's been fizzing like crazy. You can see it out there now. It's like a jacuzzi. Yeah. So.
What about Pete?
It's been like it for quite a while that now. When he took method, you just see big carp with swim.
Is that where he's chucking the method there?
Yeah, short. He's just chucking that
But
short.
he's not much beyond the pole rack line, is he?
That's Lewis Jennings catching a big fish.
Look at it,
there.
look at the bottom of the fish. Half of that's because he's pulled the silt up, isn't it? Or is it, are they just like, yeah.
Charlie Law, I'm not sure what's going on.
So how's
A good splash.
Pete's run been continuing or not?
We think Pete's still catching, but he's right at the other end of the lake, isn't he? So when we cut across to Simon will update us on the fish numbers. But you can see where Wayne Kearney's just chucked. Like I say, that's like a jacuzzi at the bottom there, isn't it? So he's got fish coming in.
But he's like, he's not beyond his pole, like, yeah, he's just, isn't he? He's chucking, no, not really, is he?
Everything just got deadly serious, didn't it?
What?
Just everything just feels like it's getting deadly serious. We're into the last hour and a half. 80 odd minutes to go.
Yeah, it seems to me like that's deadly Pete Upperton.
The pegs that are catching, they're catching. It's like John Harvey's now into a fish. He was just gone down, I think he was down his edges. He's fed both sides. Craig will update us quick. What's Wayne got? Thinks he's got £100. How many fish has he had, Jim?
He's had 14 or 15.
14 or 15?
What's Upton got about? What's Pete Upton got?
We don't know exactly because we haven't crossed over to Simon, but we know last time we'd had a check-in, he'd had 35, so, and that was
a
20,
while ago,
25, 30 minutes ago, I should guess.
That was
so.
before just as I went over there.
Yeah,
So unless if he ain't caught anyone, he's slowed right down, but we know nothing is
So
about.
we'll cut across to Simon in a minute and he can update us with what's happened on Partridge. So.
Well, he will know exactly how many he's got, won't he?
Yeah, they've been keeping a good count over there on Partridge, haven't they, Simon and
Well,
Dave?
as good as you'd expect from people from Northamptonshire and Lincolnshire, yeah.
Just
Neither place known for its education levels, eh? That's where we come from.
You're off your head, mate.
Hey?
You should have gone to a manor school, mate. You'd have been more educated.
Yeah.
Edumacated.
Edumacated.
Mate.
There we go, John Harvey net in there.
I should have gone. I wanted to go, mate. I did want to go.
We had a chance to put my lad into Kimbolton, didn't we? And when we looked into it, mate, it was going to cost us an absolute fortune just for the sports equipment, mate, letting the holidays, let alone the...
No, it ain't cheap, I know it ain't. I said the other night, I got a scholarship, but my granddad spent plenty of money on me.
We got the scholarship.
Yeah, but it ain't just a scholarship,
No,
is it?
you
It's
have
like
to
you
pay.
say, it costs you money just to buy the sports equipment afterwards.
Right, let's see if we can get hold of Simon.
Is he? Yeah, well, it's that time, isn't it? It's like watching the chaser, isn't it? When they're under pressure, you got to everything.
Well, we're back on Partridge and still the man that's well, steaming ahead at the minute, although his compadre on 12 has started to catch a few. But Pete Upton now, 43 fish, and still ticking over nicely. He slowed up a little bit a while ago, but he fed it a little bit differently, went out with a big pot, whether it was full or not I don't know, but went out with a big pot, dropped that in on the long line, came off that, came a little bit shorter, had a few shorter, and then went back on the long line. He's also feeding short, just in front of him, left-handed, on the short pole. Yeah, so he's steaming ahead with it at the minute. 43 fish caught. Peg 12 beside him, Jack Grundy, he's now starting to put a little bit of a run in, but whether he's going to do enough is, you know, I think he's fishing for silver medal position at the minute. There he is, he's just, you probably can't see him just to the left of shot, he's just landed another fish. But he, just keeping an eye on the lake, he was the first person we saw actually catch an edge fish, fishing down to his right, just along the bank there. He caught, you know, short top 4 down his right hand edge. Apart from that, the middle of the lake has been just odd fish, really hard, really poor, not fantastic at all. We've seen Les Marshall, he's got a couple on the rod, he's out on the rod again now, and he's just feeding right tight to the bank to his right hand edge again. Yeah, Les is now on 6 fish. Dan Hardy to his left, who won out, well, our region, my region, Northants Cambridge, he's on 6 fish. But like I say, 6 fish is miles behind Pete Upperton, and as we speak now, you've probably got Pete in shot, which you have, and he's netting, that will be number 44. Yep, that will be number 44 if it goes in. Not to put the curse on it, but yeah, small toss spot on the end of the pole now, feeding long. But you're moving further down the lake. The middle of the lake has been really slow, and unfortunately Luke Bamford, we've only seen him really have a couple of fish on 15. 16 Lewis Jennings, he's had 4 fish now, and he's just struck into another one, so he's finally getting a little bit of action, a little bit of sport. But like I say, I think we're fishing for the bridesmaid position as I speak. You can see Pete Upton has just this minute landed his fish. That now puts him up on the 44. Yeah, it's a bit Salavi game over by the looks of it, but you know, you never know. What we do want to see is we want to see that last hour some big fish come out. We all want to see that down the margins, some proper lumps, and then you lose track of who's got what, and you all know that you can easily, within about 15-20 minutes, half an hour, you can easily do 30, 40, 50 pound. You can see him scale up. Moving down the lake, Pem's not doing fantastic on 18, he's ticking over. He's had 10 fish, but as you get down that end of the lake, which the wind's blowing into, they're all more or less, that's probably a good little match on its own now. 18, 19, 20, 21, which is Pem Whiting, John Harvey, Wayne Kearney and Chris Weeder Jr. There's like a bit of a 4-match battle, 4-peg battle going on there. Yeah, Pem's on 10 fish that we've counted. We've got next to him on 19 John Harvey on 12. Wayne Kearney's on 14, and then Chris Weeder in the corner, he's on 12. So there's a good little 4-peg match going on there. Like I say, whether it will pick up towards the end, we've still got we've got another hour yet. We've got another hour and 20 left. You can hear the guys behind me, they're having a bit of banter with the boys on the bank.
And again.
That's because on 17, our mate Andy Nelson on 17, I'm going to throw one in here, he's on his phone, he's texting, he's not looking, he's probably watching the live feed. He'll put his hand up if he is. No, he's put his phone down, yeah. I don't know, he's probably watching the live feed, or he was ordering pizza because he's fed up. But no, he's doing all right, you know, it is what it is. We all do it, we all draw good pegs from time to time. His mates behind me, they're throwing some curveballs at him and trying to put him off, but yeah, there's not a lot you can do. If they're there, they're there, if they're not, they're not. But yeah, we're just looking forward to the last hour now, and just to see whether, you know, it's suddenly lift off. Yeah, as I speak, John Harvey on 19, looks like he's hooked into a lump. That'll put him, if he lands it, that'll put him on 13 fish. Yeah, there's not really a lot to report apart from our mate down the far end, Pete Upperton. I left the camera on him, and you can probably see that he's just struck into another fish. So yeah, just lifting into them and just let them move the way from all the rubbish and all the bracken. Dan Hardy on 13, he's into one as we speak, but that's only going to move Dan up to like 7 fish. But there are big fish in here. Yeah, get your guesses coming in for guess the weight. You know the numbers of fish. You know that you know who's caught what. You know who's caught what. We'll keep you updated with that. So it's a case of who comes closest, and like I say, there's some good goodie bags on the go. Yeah, there's not really much to tell you about. It's hard to commentate on the match. The wind is really blowing now from my right to left, to from the angler's left to their right as we look at it. It's blowing down at John Harvey's corner, and John Harvey has just put a fish in the net actually. John Harvey just put one in the net. Don't know what it was, we didn't see it because we're... And as we speak, sorry, that was Chris Weeder Jr. put one in the net on the MPEG 21. John Harvey is now putting his in the net on 19. Apologies for that. But yeah, we're looking forward to the last hour, see what happens, and see if anybody could late surge in. Pete Upton put another one in the net, another one, another fish. And I think Jack Danby is in again, is he? 12. Jack Grundy, sorry, on 12, he's in again. Yeah, and he is. So he might be down the edge and catching. But yeah, now we'll head over to the other guys now. Let them bring you up to speed. Like I say, get the guesses coming in, and we'll catch up with you guys in a bit. So yeah, we'll speak to you later.
Hi, welcome back to Skylark. Just been listening to Simon from Partridge. It seems like it's fishing more or less the same as this lake, apart from Pete Upton. So we've just seen Peg 8, Aaron St. Romain. He's just landed a fish. That's put him on 6 fish. And to be fair, that draws him with Phil Canning on Peg 10. He's had 6 fish. Charlie Law's had 6 fish. Where are we? Yeah, that was... Yeah, Ash Davis on Peg 6 has had 6 fish. There's a 5. Lewis Misford has had 5. But Jack Gill has been catching quite well steadily. He's now on 14 fish. So Jack Gill's way out in front on our lake on 14 fish. But a real struggle, especially in the middle. Andy Power on Peg 5 has had 2 fish. Sam Brown on Peg 4 next to him, 3 fish. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus on Peg 10 because Phil Canning looks like he's into a fish. So I'll bring you a bit of that. So Phil, if he gets this in, that'll put him on 7 fish. That is the next highest fish count. So I don't think you'll be struggling too much guessing the weights on Skylark today. Hopefully, what's the time? We've got an hour and a quarter left, more or less. Down the edge, everyone empties it, but at the minute it's very slow. I think Phil has lost that fish. He must have done, because I didn't see him net it. Ah dear. So lost fish for Phil Canning on peg 10. Yeah, that's I'm having a good scan around, and like we say, there's no one catching at the moment. Jack Gill keeps having odd runs of fish, but it's really slowed up for him as well. That's about the update from Skylark. It's hard to find anything to say about it really, apart from it's slow. Hopefully there's been some more action for the juniors. They're coming up for their weigh-in now in 10 minutes. I think Steve's going to go around with Katie and they'll do a Facebook Live, I believe, for the weigh-in for the juniors. And obviously we finish at 5, and we'll bring you the live weigh-in from the seniors on YouTube, I would imagine. Well, I'm glad I stayed on Phil now, because he's actually just hooked into another fish, I think. So a bit of action at last. Oh, I think he's pulled out of that one as well. Unbelievable. We'll have a big swing round here. Bear with me, because we have got some more action here. Sorry. So that's peg 2. Ryan Lidgard looks like he's into a fish. Peg 3 is just hooked into a fish as well on the pole line. So maybe things are warming up a bit. Let's hope so. See some fish caught for a change. So Ryan Lidgard is on 4 fish at the minute. And Lewis Mifsud on peg 3, he's on 5 fish at the minute, so they could certainly do with landing these 2 fish. That's quickly in the net for Lewis Mifsud. Decent fish as well. I bet that's probably that 4 or 5 pound fish. Ryan's still playing his fish. Yep, well landed. by Ryan, and looks like a decent fish as well. That puts him on 5. Right, I think while we've got a bit of lull in the action, we'll hand back to the base camp, see what the plan is for the junior weigh-in. So we'll say goodbye for now.
Next year's competition is changing exponentially. With our newfound friends at Nitro and Sonic, the Fishing Association's Nitro Super Cup is going to be bigger and better. There'll be 19 regions next year and 6 one-off qualifiers, all capped at 64 entrants. So the odds of making the final are exactly the same. We have guaranteed the prize pot at a minimum of £51,000. So we are once again the largest prize in match fishing. Tickets for next year's competition are on sale now and can be purchased through our website. Good luck.
And welcome back to the centre spit. As we're positioned here now between Skylark and Partridge, I can see Chris Weeders playing a fish. Wayne Kearney, John Harvey and Pem Wright, and John Harvey's just pulled out of a fish. We've got a nice little tussle going on there by all accounts, all on about a dozen fish, a few fish either side of that. They've got their own little match going on 18, 19, 20 and 21. We've got Jack Gill to our left here on peg 1 Skylark. He's had another fish. His runs have just slowed down slightly. We're just about to head into the last hour. Steve and the team have gone across onto the juniors match. They're just about to end and they're going to do their weigh-in, and then we've got another hour with the seniors here on Skylark and Partridge, and we will find out whether Pete Upperton's done enough to become the 2023 Fishing Association Super Cup champion. But by all accounts, on the fish count, he's way in front. Just see Wayne Kearney there putting a fish in the net. And to his left, Chris Weeders playing a fish also. Wrighton's still out long. John Harvey's come right in his edge. So Wayne's just been fishing that short feeder chuck, I think. And he's on the pole at the minute, but whether he's just up and down in the water. He's definitely swirling over his feeder chuck as well. I think he's just fished that same line. Skylark. On the fish count, he's second on the lake. Any guesses coming in pretty much all in Pete Upperton's favour now. Lee Hextall, Pete Upperton, £241.10. Chris Slater, Pete, £330. Christian Sharp, you've not put a name on it, but you've put 333, so I'm guessing that's to Pete Upperton. Need your name and your winning weight. Trevor Holmes says Pete Upperton, £283. Linda Taylor says Pete Upperton, £312. So Rob Goodson, Pete Upperton, £289. Artie Hilmy, look, Pete Upperton, £312.5. So everyone's pretty much convinced. I think last time we had an update, Pete was on 45 fish. Some of his earlier stamp were much smaller, but he is getting amongst some big fish as well. So I don't think the larger stamp of fish that are being caught off the high numbers on partridge are going to negate any of those smaller ones. I think he's had them on top of, so but there's still an hour to go. Looks like Wayne Kearney's into another fish. I think we've still got a camera on him.
Down there. I'll see you in a bit, mate.
Yeah, mate, I'll catch up with you shortly. Yeah, so Wayne's putting a good run together. Like I say, a nice little match going on between these four anglers. Pam, John, Wayne and Chris. All within a few fish of each other. Definitely a bigger stamp for Wayne. Like I say, I'm just not sure he can negate the numbers that Pete's had. Jack's little run slowed right up again. Just changing his methods. There you go, I think I just whinged one on for him. As Wayne's just popped his in the net. There's Ash Davies putting another one in the net. Good stamp there, look. Don't take many of these to build a weight. All the guesses still coming in for the guess the weight competition. And I think Sean's now panning round to Jack Gill. Just in time to see his go in the net. It's the horn for the juniors. I've tried to keep that low so that we haven't upset the seniors angling. They know they've got another hour to go, fishing through till 5. On the guess the weight competition today, yep, there's some of the leftover bits that have been handed back to us, kindly redonated for distribution, either by anglers that are sponsored and weren't able to use them. There's the bucket full of Bait Tech goodies, courtesy of Phil Spry down at Bait Tech, when we met up with him when we did the head-to-head between Jack and Alex Reynolds down at Puddle Dock. That was kindly donated back to be redistributed. And then there's the census nets that Patty Parsons gave us when we went down in Somerset. Census keep net, and then a clicker as well. We're always giving away a clicker. If you can hear the splashes, I don't think we've got a camera on him, but that's Chris Weeder putting another fish in the net. So a nice match turning out between these four anglers. Peg 32, 34, 36 and 37 are the permanent peg numbers, but we've got them pegged as 18, 19, 20 and 21. An interesting way along that bank. So after the match, we'll have a short break and we'll be back with the weigh-in to find out who's going to win £20,000 and be crowned this year's winner. Update on peg 13, says Georgia. Well, Daniel struggled. I think he's on 6 or 7 fish, so not the match that he was hoping for. I know at the bar last night he thought he was quite pleased with that, but it's definitely not performed. I said Jack's run's come to an end and he's into another fish. Jack Gill on peg 1. He's just gone long on the pole again, tight to the edge. Oh, he's just pulled out of it. I whinged it on and jinxed it off for him. It looks like Sam Brown is checking out his edge. So he's only had a couple of fish, and then he's had 2 or 3 in a matter of minutes. It just shows they can turn up out of nowhere. So Sean might have spotted something else there. Yeah, Aaron St. Romain, look, he's into a fish. Keeping that low, I wonder if that's big or foul hooked. Just a couple. So Ash Davies and Jack Gill are the ones to catch on Skylark. Just looked up, and then Chris Weeder Jr.'s into another fish. Wayne Kearney's into another fish. So they've got a right royal battle on their hands. Peg 36, 37, 20 and 21 in our numbers. Keep the weights coming in. Bit of banter going on the live chat. Well, we're into the last hour. Chris Weeder Jr. has just put a good fish in the net. We're just sticking with Aaron St. Romain for the moment. Might be third on Skylark as we speak. It's had a few. Yeah, all good standing. Persevering on these. And the patience going. Peg 16, there's Lewis Jennings coming at peg number 28. Just looking down his edges. What have we got here? We've got Lewis Smithson. Playing a fish, I think. Jack Gill just pulled out of another one. He's going to sort that out. We'll figure it out. He's just lowering the... I thought Lewis was playing a fish, but maybe just settling his line there. Wayne Kearney into another fish. Coming thick and fast for him now. £1,500 sections. £20,000 today for the winner. But with the alterations we made to the format for next year's competition's already been guaranteed as £51,000, which should make it the largest competition again in match fishing, and depending on how the 6 qualifiers sell out, that prize could be more than that. We're going to be 25-man final next year. There's 19 regions and 6 qualifiers, and all the qualifiers and the regions are capped at 64. So the odds of getting through to the final are exactly the same. The plan is at the minute that there will be 2 qualifiers to be held at Todber Manor, so right down south, 2 at McMarston Fields in the Midlands, and 2 more here at Woodlands Thirsk. So there's a pair of qualifiers, top, middle and bottom of the country. Now you're looking at Wayne Kearney there, but Chris Weeder to his left has just hooked into another fish. just so big, aren't they? Proper carp here, aren't they? Proper carp fishing. So there has been a slight change to the regions, because we have added a German and Holland region. Someone's going to make the trip for a big money final. The camera didn't quite make it onto Chris there, but he's just popped his fish in the net. Catching down his edge now and catching strong. So the weigh-in for the juniors is currently happening on no, not Curly. I've forgotten what the lake name is. Their match finished at 4 o'clock, so they've got 16 and under, 19 and under, and they've got a prize for each of them, and then they've got a pairs match with the seniors, so they'll be interested to see who's doing well over here on Skylark and Partridge. So no doubt they'll be joining us just before 5 o'clock to see how their partners have done. So they will be announcing some changes in the next few weeks. Fishing Association have obviously partnered with Nitro for the Super Cup and the F30 competitions. So next year is going to be bigger and better. Pen just putting the fish in the net. So just their own little match there. Pen, John, Wayne and Chris. Looks like Chris Weeder's into another fish. Looks like Wayne Kearney's into one as well. Try and get cameraman likes Wayne Kearney. There you go. Finally. Picture of Chris Weeder there. Give him a good slap. Might have damaged his rig there. Not happy chappy. Destroyed his rig. Darren St Remain again. Again on Skylark. He's catching him up, I reckon. I think Ash Davies. I haven't seen Ash catch anything for a little while. I don't know whether the cameraman's just not seen the action or whether his action has slowed right up. Jack's still catching. Peg one. Not as prolific as he was earlier though. Minutes and it's all over. All the guesses coming in for Pete Upperton. I don't think anybody thinks anyone else has won. You never know, we don't always see everything. We do our best. Vet Weeder having a good chuckle there. I'm guessing you're a relation. And guess the weight seen on the live feed. They only count on the live feed. We don't accept them from anywhere else. And if you haven't already done so, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, because we'll be running more guess the weight competitions in next year's 2024 Super Cup. Giving away more prizes and trying to get to as many more regions as we can. This one's been hanging on for Aaron. Just a big old kicker, or whether he's foul looked it. I don't think he's foul looked it. Not the way he's playing it. I think it's just massive. Sure, if he's looked him up the bum, he'd have that low to the surface, but that's gone in the net now. Just fighting so well. It's a big fish. A few surprises come the way in. See John Harvey there on the left of your screen, Pem Wrighton. And you've got Andy Nelson, not so much from Andy today. Lewis Jennings, and further down there with the orange and the black is Luke Bamford. And then in the solid black further down, there's Marshall. Before he's just seeing right in the distance Dan Hardy. Pen just feeding his edge. Alex Haynes, I couldn't catch £360 ever. That's a wasted guess. Joe Greaves, £303 to Pete. Zach Brown's joining us. What's the scores on the doors? Who's winning? Pete Upperton by all counts. Last time we heard he was on 45 fish. And we haven't had an update from Partridge for a little while. We'll cut over to Simon shortly. See how he's getting on. Track round to Skylark and we'll come back to base camp. But by all accounts it sounds like Pete Upperton is running away with it down there on peg 11 on Partridge.
So we're back, and it's pretty much game over, I think. Let's just get myself organised here. Sorry guys, I've just slipped off oh, that's pretty disastrous, that is. My compadre, right, apologies for that. Yeah, so we've got Pete Upperton down on 11 and still catching. He's caught steady all the way through the match. He's now on 50 fish, and this, if he lands it, will be 51. So this could be a great weight. This could just be a great weight. The middle of the lake has pretty much switched off. Really slow. Everybody just scrabbling around for fish. The odd ones coming out. One in the edge, one short, one long. It's just a little bit messy. Chris Weeder Jr. down on 21. He started catching a few. He's into a fish at the minute, but the way it's careering off, awesome amount of elastic out. It would tell me that's probably foul hooked. Moving on to Wayne Kearney, peg 20. He's caught a few. It's a great little match actually between Wayne on 20 and Chris on 21. They're both on 17/18 fish, so 17 for Wayne Kearney, 18 for Chris Weeder. Coming further down the lake, John Harvey and Pen White, and they're equal apiece. We've got them down as 13 fish apiece, but the middle of the lake has not been great at all. But I mean, as we speak, Luke Bamford's into a fish, but he's still on single figures. It's not very good at all. Yeah, so yeah, it is. There's not really a lot. I'm just watching, as you can probably see there, still on camera, that Pete Upperton's just put another fish in the net, and that was a good fish as well. 12, Jack Grundy. He's on 18. He's not doing too bad actually. He's had one or two to his right margin, and now he's out on the short pole. As we see Pete Upperton there, he's just been out with a big pot, put a bit of bait in, going to drop it over the top of that, no doubt. Yeah, it's it has slowed down a little bit though for Pete. He's still catching, but not as good as he was. But as I speak now, I can still see down Chris Weeder down on 21. This could be a big fish actually. This could be a big fish. I'm going to persevere, guys. I'm going to bear with me. No, it doesn't need. I don't need to. He's netted it. I don't need to. What I don't want to do is give you guys like a quick pan from one end of the lake to the other, because that seems to be the course of action that I'm having to follow today. But you know, it is what it is. I'm afraid it happens now and again. As Pete is into another one, is he, or is he having a quick look on the short line? I can't see quite what he's doing. He's having a look on the short line, short pole line. Yeah, so we're well into the last hour now. Get your guesses in on guess the weight. My prediction is you guys are going to put in some big numbers, which is I think that's what it's going to be, big numbers. But yeah, we're into the last hour now. I've got a feeling that 20 and 21 will catch well in the last half an hour, quarter of an hour, and that will be about it. We can't be far off it now, but I do think the title this year and the trophy is, I'm going to be bold here, I'm going to say it's heading in one direction, and I think we all know that now. But let's cross the T's and dot the I's and make sure it is correct at the end of the day. You know, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I think we know. I think we know. Just feel for the guys in the middle of the lake. They've had a real gruel, or it's been odd fish, and I won't say MPEG dominated, because like I say, 18, 19, 20, 21 from Pem down, Pem White and John Harvey, Wayne Kearney, Chris Weeder Jr., they've caught pretty much the same amount of fish. It's just that there's been a stack of fish right at the top end of the lake, away from everybody, away from the busy end. He's been in his own little world up there. The chances are he's not even looked to his right. He's just like, you know what, I only need to look to the bank, concentrate on what I'm doing, and do the job. So yeah, there's not really a lot more I can say, guys. We're getting close now to doing the presentation, and yeah, so keep track of us, guys. Keep online, and yeah, keep the guesses coming in. I don't think it's over yet. I think Mike will call it, you know, shortly, as to say enough's enough, guys, no more guesses. And yeah, just want to say congratulations. I can't remember the guy's name, but he guessed the weight, and there's a picture online of him receiving his rod from Steve, and he's also collared me, and the guy is really cheerful and really happy with what he's got. So good little prize, that, really good little prize. I think from here we go, he's in again. Anyway, I think from what the guys are telling me back at base camp is that the entries are already open, and I think Steve is going to fill you in on details, but I think prize fund is raising next year. There's backing, there's good backing as well, really good backing. So yeah, get your names down, get involved, and give it a go. One of the good things to come out of it is, on, you know, as all anglers, we're talking to guys when we draw somebody that we've seen out and about, but we've never had a chance to you know, stand and have a good conversation with, you get to know guys. You know, you straight away, there's like messengers going backwards and forwards and WhatsApp messages and however it is, mobile phones. And when you bump into those guys again out and about, out on the circuit, they always, you know, nod the head, tip the hat, say hello, shake your hand, how you doing, how's things. So yeah, it's a great way. You make you know, you make new acquaintances and you chat to new guys, and I quite like that. You know, I'm getting on in life now, and I haven't got many friends, so I have to be a little bit choosy. But yeah, it's a great way. Get involved, guys, and yeah, come and get involved. So yeah, I'm going to head over to Sean now, give it across to Sean. I'll ping him a message just to say we're en route, and then it'll all be over to him. So yeah, catch up with you soon, guys. Hope you've enjoyed the coverage. If you have, leave a comment, and if you've got any ideas, then come back to us. So yeah, see you again. I'm just running out of ideas.
Did you put others down?
No.
When I was over in the tent getting a fucking beer, mate, I saw him land one and it was close to £10.
Hello from Skylark. That's massive news from Partridge. I mean, Pete Upton's taking it apart, and he 50, what did he say, 51 fish?
51 fish.
And still catching. We're still quite slow on Skylark. Currently on Charlie Law, who's got a fish on, and he's had it on now for quite a while. But everyone else, no one's really catching, are they, Nate? Odd fish here and there. I think we're just fishing for the section on this lake. Unfortunately for the free end pegs we got, what is it, 1, 9 and 10, they're in a section with end pegs on Partridge, so they won't be getting any section prizes. But our section on this lake, it's getting a bit tight now, isn't it, between pegs 6, 7 and 8. So we've got Ash Davis on 6, Charlie Law on 7 and Aaron St. Romain on 8. Aaron and Ash have got 8 fish each, and Charlie Law has got 6, sorry, but has he still got his fish on? He's got one on at the minute, so that will take him to 8.
Very tight.
They're probably battling it out for this section. Everyone else is really struggling. Richard Drage on peg 9, we think he's got 2 fish, but he may have more, but he's a long way away, it's hard to keep an eye on him. Phil Canning on 10 has got 7 fish. And then we come back to the middle of the lake. Andy Power on peg 5, he's got 3 fish. He's been struggling all day, as does Sam Brown on peg 4. Lewis Smithsad on 3, he's got 6 fish. He's currently fishing down the edge, but nothing happening. Peg 2 Ryan Lidgard, he's still got 5 fish. And peg 1 Jack Gill has got 15, he's just landed one, so that's 16. So that one's just gone in the net for Charlie Law. So yeah, that gives him 7 fish, so he's only one behind the pegs either side of him for the section win.
It's going to be tight, that's going to be very tight.
That's going to be a tight little section, that, isn't it? But it's certainly between them 3. Yeah, so there are a few fish being caught, but really hard work for most people. The middle of the lake, peg 5, 4 and 3, well, and 2 a bit, I know it's not middle of the lake, but struggling to get a bite, aren't they, Nath?
Yeah.
I mean, Andy Power on peg 5, he's tried everything, everything you can think of, but it's just not happening. Just having a quick scan, but nothing's happening. Andy Powell's just big potted his edge. I don't know whether he's going to go straight over that or not, but no, certainly not as exciting on what's going on in Partridge. Certainly for Pete Upperton. I don't know what sort of weight we think he's got. What is he, 50 fish? That last one we saw was maybe £2, but he's probably averaging 3 or 4 pound fish, I would say.
I would imagine so. I'd imagine he's going to have very, very close, if not upwards of 300 pounds.
Getting on, he's probably around about the 300 pound mark, isn't it? Which is a massive weight compared to what we're seeing on Skylark. But, we really thought the edges might come alive, didn't we, Nave? But
I'd have thought at the moment top weight on Skylark will probably be Jack Gill, but unfortunately I think he's in this section with all the other end pegs.
Yeah, which includes Pete Upperton.
Which includes Pete Upperton, so...
Yeah. What do we reckon Jack's got? Like you say, he's got 16 fish, so...
He might have close to 100 pounds.
Maybe. It's quite hard to move the camera at the minute. You think, well, I'm just going to move it onto another angler that isn't catching a fish. I'm going to try and I'm going to go on to Andy Power and see if I can whinge one on the hook for him. He's fishing down the edge at the minute. We think he's fishing worm, don't we now? If he's slapping
his rig, so
killing the worm
kill
before he ships out. So
probably over dead reds, I would imagine.
So we might as well head back to the gazebo now for a final overview. I should think we'll start be getting some results from the juniors pretty soon. And we've got half hour left on here.
Peg 10 just got here. I believe Peg 10 might be in.
Yeah, Peg 10 might be in. We could quickly swing round to them. Bear with me because it's a long way away. That's Philip Canning on Peg 10, if you're still with me. He's lost it.
Yeah, he has lost it.
Right, well, on that note, we'll say goodbye. We'll hand back to the studio.
Next year's competition is changing exponentially. With our newfound friends at Nitro and Sonic, the Fishing Association's Nitro Super Cup is going to be bigger and better. There'll be 19 regions next year and 6 one-off qualifiers, all capped at 64 entrants. So the odds of making the final are exactly the same. We have guaranteed the prize pot at a minimum of £51,000. So we are once again the largest prize in match fishing. Tickets for next year's competition are on sale now and can be purchased through our website. Good luck.
Welcome back. So just right in the distance there on your picture. Just past Luke Bamford. I think you can just see there's Marshall into a fish. Audience is firmly fixed on Pete Upperton. He's just putting another lump in the net. We'll try and get a camera on Pete so that we can watch his last half an hour. There's Chris Reader. He's still putting them in the net. Catching well down his edge. So Wayne Kearney's slowed off slightly, and John Harvey's not catching as well as he was. But, nice little tussle going on between them three and Penn. Jack Gill to my left on peg 1, Skylark. He's still nicking the odd fish, but definitely slowed down for him as well. But I think that's Pem into a fish now on the left hand side of the screen. The weigh-in for the juniors match is underway now. They'll join us shortly. Just under half an hour to go until 5 o'clock, where we will finish the seniors match. We'll have a short break after that point and we'll be back live again with the weigh-in. So over 50 fish now for Pete Upperton on peg 11. So I think there's the question really is who's going to win these sections. 3 sections of £1,500. Top prize today is 20,000. That's made up of the entrants for this year. But yeah, as the trailer's just said, next year's competition guaranteed is a minimum of 51,000, and that'll. Chris getting a bit cross there, just in front of us. But it's not all going his way. This margin's really beating him up, bless him.
Has this pig been catching all through the match?
So Pem, John, Wayne and Chris are all similar 14, 15, 16 fish. So they've got a right little match head to head going between them. But
you do £100 in the last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
A few of them big ones, you can get more.
Right, we'll try and get Sean to come back to base camp. And I'll see if I can get a camera put down on Pete Upperton and we can watch him finish his match. I don't think there's any question. With the numbers of fish that he's had, there's no one else I think that can negate those sort of numbers, even with big fish. Although we might have missed something. We often do. We often get it wrong. But 50-something fish now for Pete Upperton. Surely got to be crowned the 2023 Super Cup champion and taking that check home. Keep the guess the weights coming in. Census keep net. Bucket full of bait tech goodies and the clicker, Browning clicker. That'll be sent out to somebody. Lots of guesses coming in. Everyone's saying Pete Upperton, not surprisingly. 50-something fish. It's going to be close to £250 if you ask me. Yeah, last guess come in, Fred Davis, Pete Upperton, 257. I like that, Fred. Don't know that he's had that many bigger fish, but he has had some proper lumps. But generally people's consensus is that they're slightly smaller stamp down there. Looks like Jack Gill's just hit into one to my left. But yeah, the middles of both lakes really struggling. Andy Power's only had a couple. The gang on the middle of Partridge, you know, they've only had a couple of fish. Right, Sean, got a mission for you.
Right.
Right, we're going to take roaming cam right the way down and stick it on Pete Upperton, just for the last
Just leave it there.
15 minutes.
Unmanned, you mean?
Yeah, hang on, just 2 seconds because I need to reposition something to. Just to switch to. What have we got? Let's just transition. There's. Right, good to move. What the battery's on? Although it's
Not going to make much difference, is it?
Yeah, just for the last 15 minutes we'll try and get a camera down up onto Pete. I'd hope to get that down there sooner than that, but just with the updates going on. Permanent camera on Pete just so we can see him finish. Wayne Kearney's just into another fish. That's in the net. In the net. People trying their edges. The edges haven't really come into play. Chris Weeder's done well on his right edge, but John Harvey's fed both edges. Not sure he's had many. Let's see. Lewis Mifsud, he's down his right hand edge. Just pockets of fish. There's Marshall there, peg 14, permanent peg 24. So we're not really seeing a lot of some of these guys down the middle. Only had a handful of fish. Still put a weight together because there are some big ones, but Sean's happy there. There's the man, Pete Upperton, who I think is leaving little doubt. With just under 20 minutes to go, he has done enough to become this year's Super Cup champion. Smashing it out of the park on the numbers anyway. Must be hurtling towards 60 fish now. See how we want to weigh in. We might stagger our way down and leave him till last. Obviously the anglers are back to back on this central spit, so we could just zigzag our way down and finish up on him. The guess is coming in. 350 of you are online. There'll be a short gap after the live coverage and then we'll start again with the weigh-in. Don't forget to rejoin us, and if you haven't already done so, hit subscribe to the channel. It helps. I want to grow this community and make this bigger and better. Obviously the prizes this year on the Guess the Weight competition have all been donated to us. A lot of the smaller ones we've bought, the clickers and things. But just off the top of my head, Reef and Fisheries for the week-long holiday for 4 people. Craig Kent here, give away the Nitro rod and reel combination. Catchy Bait started the whole thing off with the Gallina caster. We've had a bucket of goodies courtesy of Phil Spry at Bait Tech. Matty Parsons give us some ground bait and the keep net from Census. Just the generosity of everybody has been awesome. And we've managed to pass that over back to everyone else, so up to the anglers. Rod and reel. No, there was the MIDI rod that we give away today for the coverage at we did of Luke Bamford's region final. Just so much stuff being given to us, and it was so appreciated and allowed us to obviously pass them items back on to you guys. And the Guess the Weight competition in the head-to-heads has been so well received. So and it will be back next year, bigger and better, more equipment. But yeah, the man in the picture there, Pete Upperton, so we're just going to follow him for the rest of the match. We'll cut to anyone else that's catching, but peg 11, permanent peg 19, over 50 fish now, hurtling towards 60 fish. Probably won't get another update from Simon today. There's only 15 minutes to go. You just see Ryan Lidgard to my left into a fish. He struggled today as well. It's been a proper grueler, as Simon said earlier. Proper grueler for some of the guys. He looks like he's having fun though, doesn't he? So I don't think there are any net limits today. I think Craig's just said split your fish over 4 nets. So I'm not looking for any disqualifications. Chris Weeder's just struck into another fish. I think Upperton's playing another fish. He's been non-stop all day. He's had a great day. It's a 5-hour match and he's had over 50 fish. One every 5 minutes, isn't it? Steve and the team don't get back from weighing in the juniors, we'll have to stop the match on ourselves. Oh bless him, Chris has just pulled out of another fish. Jack Gill into another fish to my left. He's still coming. Mike Babb was just saying some of these fish are well into the double figures, so these big ones that feed right at the end, you can soon put 30, 40 pound in the net. So yeah, you don't want to be losing them. Pete got that one in. Pig's just done it, and it looked good last night. The wind was blowing down that end last night. It's not blown that way today, but it hasn't changed the fishing. I predicted Pem would draw it again, and Pete went in there just the one before Pem, and plucked it. Reese's Pest Control. How's Weeder doing? Well, Ben Wright and John Harvey, Wayne Kearney and Chris Weeder have got their own little match going on, really. They're all on about 14, 16, 18 fish. Just the 4 pegs next to each other. We've pegged them as 18, 19, 20 and 21, but they're permanent peg 32, 34, 36 and 37. And yeah, they've had their own little match really, them 4. Probably all on around 100, 110, 120 pounds. It's a big fish in there. Largest stamp this end. But not big enough to negate the numbers that Pete's had. 50, 55 fish now down there on peg 11. Charlie Law. So some of the lads, they've been struggling. Not seen much of them. But it is easy to put a big weight together when they're not that big, when they're as big as they are in here. That's Jack Grundy, just to the left of Pete. Peg 12. Nothing catching steady at the end. Not sure on the numbers. But we're only 10 minutes away from the end of the match, so we'll shortly find out. He's in again. There's just no stopping this man. He's on a mission. He must know he's done well. There's going to be a big smile on his face. Massive smile on his face, surely, at the end of this. Don't know if he's game for getting wet. It could be taking a dive, couldn't it? Ah.
Sorry.
Steve. A wanderer returns.
Yeah, I've been.
How did the juniors get on? Do we
Well,
know?
they're not finished yet, like,
So
but
you've got to rush back for
yeah,
the all out.
yeah. And I've been waylaid by numerous people talking about various things and whatever. How are we going here, mate? The main event.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I don't think anybody can negate the numbers that Pete's caught. He's had 55 fish, I should imagine now. 60 fish. Yeah. So I don't think anyone
Well, I
can
said
negate
108,
that.
so he's got £180 minimum, hasn't he?
And the rest, I think that's 240, 250, 260.
Do you reckon?
Yeah. I know they said they're smaller stamp down there, but they ain't that small. I should. There was a guest come in 257. I wouldn't have thought that'd be a million miles away. We don't always get it right, do we? But that's what I'm going with.
Don't always get it right. By that you mean like we rarely, if ever, get it right.
Once I did, yeah.
Yeah, Sean did when we had a day off and stopped letting us know. So that's Lewis on peg 3. He's just caught one. Wayne's just had one, hasn't he?
Yeah, they're still coming, aren't they?
Who's looking vying for second? How's Jack gone? Is he slowed down?
He's slowed down, but he's still catching.
So he's in with a bit mixed section wise, and
yeah. So what, we've just got the one main prize today, haven't we? And the 3 sections. Haven't
yeah,
we? So
yeah.
there's section money for 3 people, and the £20,000 going looks quite clearly into Pete Upton's pocket. So.
Yeah, which begs the question, down south again, don't it? There's northerners out there waiting for me to start on them, aren't there, as we speak?
Looks like he's in again.
I think I will save it from the lives. I'm going to go down to the sports bar, and there's plenty of northerners there to rip into and risk my life, isn't there?
You may not return, Steve.
No, not. Well, I've been priming them earlier and vice versa. So
There's no stopping this man. He's just literally won a bung. But he's there, and he's had such a good match. He's done so well. He's played it right as well. The lads were saying he had barely fed anything at the start. He's just literally nicked fish after fish after fish.
I know we got. So who's running him second then? Do we think?
I've absolutely no idea, but
Wayne's in again, isn't he?
Wayne Kearney's got to be there, hasn't he?
Yeah.
I think he's just had a few. I think he's probably just had. There's one or two more, isn't he, Wayne? Chris has had a frustrating day. He's lost so many. John Harvey's not had quite so many to Wayne's left.
You've had a good day, haven't you?
I'm disappointed about the start, but
yeah,
I need to go back and watch it all and see what happened. But
it would be.
We've made a few mistakes yet again, as we do. But never mind. It is what it is. It's all over now.
Yeah.
So there's another fish in the net for Pete Upperton.
Chris Weeder in as well, right down the edge here.
Yeah, Wayne's in again.
Do with 6 hours, couldn't we?
Pig 20. Yeah, you need another hour.
Well, it's a that's the other thing. If people found it's a 5-hour match, isn't it? In that hour, you imagine how much difference that makes to an overall on things.
Like just said, you can have over £100 in an hour, even. So that last hour could make all the difference, couldn't it? But yes, people guessing some really high weights into the 300s. So Wayne Kearney's just put his in the net. Chris Weeder's just put his in the net. Jack Gill's been getting fish, but he's slowed down now. John Harvey put one in the net just a short while ago. We're sticking with Pete at the minute because we're just going to see how he finishes out his match. How are you going to weigh in, Steve? Are we going to zigzag down and finish on Pete?
Yeah, I think so, mate.
I think that's the best thing to do, and we're going to see some good weights off these four to our right on 19, 20, 18, 19, 20 and 21, aren't we? And Jack will weigh in first then. Yeah, he's had 17, 18, 19 fish now, so yeah. To be honest, like you say, there is no second or third, is there? It's all about the sections, isn't it?
Yeah.
Which
will, you know what I mean, the second in the match will come from second in that section, won't they? So there is, you know what I mean, it's it amounts to a similar type thing. And of course all these people down here, they're still in with a shout, aren't they? You know, as much as it's a write-off they're not winning, those down the middle are all finding they're all in with a shout.
They're all in the same boat.
Yes, they're in the same boat, yeah.
Yeah, so that's
cart.
The way you've done it, because you've pegged this, the sections are the four corners and then the two middles, aren't they?
We got that bit right, didn't we?
The two middles are all in the same boat, so yeah.
We got that bit right, we were right to tighten the ends up as well, weren't we?
Yeah.
But
well, it made much difference. Like I said, Wayne Kearney and well, no, it's made a huge difference, isn't it? Wayne Kearney and Chris Weeder Jr. have pretty much gone fish for fish, haven't they? I think Wayne's had a few more because Chris has lost a few. But like you say, it ain't meant that Chris has emptied twice as many because that gap's been there, hasn't it? So no, it's been good. Yeah, Wayne, another big lump in the net for Wayne. It's interesting to see what they've got. It will be interesting.
Chris
to see
in
what
as
they've
well
got.
though now, bang.
Yeah.
So another hour and
you know, silly weight.
It's fished its nuts off, hasn't it?
It's just now coming to fruition, isn't it? Like you say, Chris Weeder in a game. Yeah, they're catching strong now. It's just, are these fish bigger? Are they enough to negate that weight that?
It's got nothing to do with
Pete Upton
time of the day. Well, why they come on at the end? It's time served. It's how long you've been fishing before they can. It's got nothing to do with it being 5 o'clock, 6, 7 or 8.
Lee Marlowe, can I change my guess to £311? You can, sir. It's the last guess you make is the one that counts. But I do need to know who to. Like, we don't know, but you need to put the name of the angler and the winning weight, because you never know. We might have got something completely wrong here, and maybe some of these fish were much smaller, and like I say, but.
Well, it wouldn't be unlike us to get something completely wrong.
We do get things completely wrong, don't we, Steve? But he's in again. Look, there's Pete again. Look. So there's very little point coming away from him. I just think he smashed it. I really do. He must be over 60 fish now, and they're not little, are they? That's probably one of the smallest ones. What's that? 4, 5, 4?
Probably not, mate. I ain't looked, but I'm just begging to differ with you.
Just had to pinch
why
myself.
why change a life?
I thought we'd been gassing past the 5 o'clock, but we haven't. But we're not a million miles away.
Oh yeah, because we're the ones that got to stop it, haven't we?
Yeah, there's the horn there.
Oh, it's it. Are they going to blow the horn or not? Oh, it's us.
Oh yeah. Who's gonna
We
blow
are
the
the
horn?
police.
You and your Haribo advert.
We are the police.
Well, we're into the last 90 seconds.
Jack's got one on.
So we're into the last 90 seconds of the 2023 final. We think it's a dead cert. Stick with us to find out. We'll be live with the weigh-in straight after a break.
Saying 20 seconds.
Right, so we're into the last 90.
Oh, sorry.
But
let me have a wee then before the
well, you've got 60 seconds, Steve. You ain't going to make that back, are you?
No, I
have a wee. I'll
Well, you
stop
can
it.
blow- you can do
Yeah,
it.
if you got old man's problems,
Yeah,
go
yeah.
sort it out. But we can stop this match. Jack just pulling out another fish. Wayne Kearney into another fish. That's in the net. Another good stamp. There may be some surprises here, but there's still some £1,500 sections to fish for. My money's on Pete, and Pete with a good weight as well. So the numbers, I don't think, will lie on this occasion. Well, we did make it. 10 seconds, Steve.
What do you do?
Hey,
What do you press?
press it down, I guess. Well,
That
not,
bit?
not until we say.
No.
Katie,
Yeah,
press
that
it, Casey.
That bit, yeah.
2, 1. And that is the end of the 2023 Super Cup.
Now that's how you operate
Fishing
the horn,
Association's
Casey.
Super Cup. Hope you've enjoyed that. Apologies for the problems early doors. Thank you for sticking with us. It's been great fun. It's been a wonderful year. We've achieved what I believe to be so much with the head-to-heads, the live coverage.
We've entertained a few people, haven't we, along the way?
And we've probably annoyed some as well. But thank you very much for joining us. Give us a short while, we'll have a break, and you can return and watch the weigh-in shortly. Thank you very much.